Move right, outsmart them, stink team. Bitch. On that Draco, on that catch.
Fornax, fuck it up.
Be realistic, I don't really see no competition. Who she thinks she talking to? Like, obviously, I'm a nigga. Close that door, niggas snakes, I ain't going for it. Move right, outsmart them, stink team, most wanted. Be realistic, niggas bums, they ain't trying to ball. Ran it back and won, nigga, anytime we took a loss. Rock hard in my double cup, I keep spilling sauce. I don't know nothing, bodies drop, he was not involved. Versatile, I could be a model or chalk the block. Or pop a lock with a dough, X marks the spot. Cut it out, if she ain't beneficial, I'ma cut her off. Bitch, give up, drop right now, made her cough it up. Cold demons, everywhere I go, we dropping icicles. Is we kidding? Broke niggas rapping science fiction. Every day a movie, it ain't hard to be the most consistent. A flu flammer, I be in and out with orange chicken. You know who really for the win? Be realistic. He just wanna be my friend, be realistic. They don't really get no Uchis, be realistic. They can't do it how we do it, be realistic, man. Shit, bitch. You know who really for the win? Be realistic. Shit. Yeah. They can't do it how we do it, be realistic.
You know who run the city, let's be realistic. Where the wonton soup, I'm finna tear up the kitchen. Cause you the feds or the cops, mind your business. Draco was the dime, bitch, tell on your children. Walk back that stupid, I might men in black his memories. Tear it off quick, bitch, now, literally. If not, you gotta go to sad facts, you can't sit with me. I know I got this big Buddha piece, I need 10 of these. Things got the sauce ingredients and the recipe. I never stop rapping till my neck look like Mr. Then again, after that, I'ma still keep shit talking. He said he was a thug, it sound good, we met a bitch out him. Best advice to be my friend, be realistic. I ain't even say a word, I walk in and feel the tension. All these niggas hold dick, sometimes life calls for whippings. I'm a joint in my city, I ain't tucking in the trenches.
You know who really for the win? Be realistic. He just wanna be my friend, be realistic. They don't really get no Uchis, be realistic. They can't do it how we do it, be realistic, man. Shit, bitch. You know who really for the win? Be realistic, man. Yeah. They can't do it how we do it, be realistic.
We Japanese still. You getting cooked in front of your family like a Japanese meal. It's Yashuba Hibachi, and none of you niggas can stop me. All right, man. We gonna get straight to it. I've been missing in action for a few days. Been very busy, very busy. But I did want to cover this topic, man. I got a few videos in mind. Tell them they not off the hook. Believe me, when I get some free time, we're gonna be exposing that haplogroup G marker and doing a deep dive on that as well. But tonight we're gonna be dealing with GRLA Hebrew versus Garfield. I need to change the title. I didn't even put GRLA there. I put Garfield versus Hebrew. But with that said, we're gonna be discussing the we're gonna watch the debate together. Gonna be giving my critiques on both sides. As you all know, I don't agree with GRLA Hebrew or Garfield, and I definitely don't agree with the 12 tribes chart. But I have to judge this debate fairly, and I will. I will judge this debate fairly and based off the information presented, not on my understanding or whatnot. But these two gentlemen have to duke it out. They have to show their work, as we say. And I watched most of this debate already, and I got an idea on who won this. But I will be giving my commentary here and there, and explaining a few things, man. So we're covered under Section 107 of the Copyright Act, which provides us a statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses, such as criticism, commentary, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. So, we're going to be critiquing, giving my commentary, and, I'll be teaching scholarship, and, people can use some of this stuff for research, especially people that are fans of DNA, because DNA is brought up during this ordeal. People that may look at the 12 tribe chart as being authentic, you may want to watch this. I will say this: both sides gave weak arguments, very weak arguments, and I felt like red herrings were put out there. And for the most part, Gorilla Hebrew, um, now y'all gotta know how to. I just can't reiterate this enough. Y'all need to learn how to debate, man. Y'all need to learn how to debate. These are the rules that we set forth to give a format for our debates, and I feel like watching this debate tonight, it seems like there has been zero growth in the field of in this conscious community, debate wise. Because I watched that debate and I felt like it was 2011, 2012, Sarah Sunseti versus the brother, right? I can't think of his name right now. Or Polite versus Captain Cesaria. It did not feel like scholarship was increased, that understanding of academia increased, the ability to present, it was not there. That's what I was trying to, that's why we have rules and regulations of the Source Debate League. And why we formulated this is because, a lot of people get mad, oh, you want to make rules because you need rules. Look at rule number 6. All sources must have proper citations. That's huge. That is huge. And these things will make for better showings. I'm gonna be honest, this debate really not my cup of tea, but most of these debates not my cup of tea. A lot of these debates is BS in my opinion, because both sides fail to actually debate the topic. And I've even told Chris Harris this when we reviewed his material. I felt that he was very sloppy. He didn't focus on the topic, and most of his information was off topic. And a lot of the stuff once you're off topic, you rely on red herrings, and you speak to mute points, which doesn't help your case in winning the debate. If any debater leaves during the debate, it will result in an automatic loss. This just happened with Chris Harris versus Pastor Bennett. He left for whatever reason, but most people agreed that he was getting his tail kicked. He left. That's a no. So we looked into this. It was like, look, we want our debates to be, cream of the crop, and you have to do this. You have to employ some kind of rules and set the format prior to the debate, to make these debates better. Because I'm gonna be honest, a lot of these debates are trash. I mean, I can go back a couple years ago. It's like there's no growth. When you had Dr. Reggie versus Sharif Bey. Sharif Bey was speaking towards the topic, and Dr. Reggie was talking about something completely different. And it's like, no, you're not debating. Like, someone has to sit these guys down, Garfield, you included in this, and tell y'all and curate. Y'all need A&Rs, bro. Y'all need A&R. You need a debate A&R, bro. Someone to sit down and tell you, nope, don't put that in your presentation. Nope, don't talk to this topic. Stick to the topic. Curate your rounds to, speak to whatever the topic is. Tonight's topic is the 12 tribe chart, whether it's true or false. Which one of you guys are arguing the affirmative? Which one of you guys are arguing the negative? Obviously, Garfield will be arguing the negative. Obviously, Gorilla Hebrew is arguing the affirmative. So your argument should be based on that. And also, this is what I noticed on Gorilla Hebrew side. You guys think just making the claim is good enough. You believe that all I have to do is make the claim. No, you have to demonstrate the claim. And Gorilla Hebrew did the classic BHI shuffle where he makes a bunch of claims. He said, oh, the Bible says here, so therefore the Haitians are the Levites. No, demonstrate that. Show your work. Don't just tell me how you got your answer. Show your work. And I felt like he did a terrible job at that. And it's because he's pretty much taken a formula and recipe from the BHI One West, cauldron, and employed it here, and it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. You can preach to the cow turns blue, to the moon. Excuse me, the moon turns blue, or moon turns to cheese. However that saying goes. But here's the thing: Preaching means to proclaim. You never demonstrated any of these points. So we have here no shows will result in automatic loss. Once the premise is agreed upon during the preliminary, none of the debaters can alter it. That's huge. Like I said, stick to the topic. If a debater cuts off their opponent, this is rule number 13, the debater will add a minute to their opponent's round. So we wanted to actually, tighten up, man, and make these debates better, bro. Make these debates better, give an actual format to apply to, because what happens is they want the debates to be just like the social media rhetoric. That's what they want the debates to be like. And it shows. It's terrible. It's not scholarly, and academia would frown at these debates. With no further ado, Mazel Tawab, when did you stop agreeing with the 12 tribes breakdown? The minute I started getting a grasp and understanding of DNA. All right. All right, so let me share my screen. Let's get right into it. Let's skip a little bit because it takes a minute.
We're running a lot late, but we're going to catch up, and the information will be well worth it. All right? So what we're going to do without further ado.
Like the video. Thumb up the video.
Our opponents tonight. Starting out with Brother Garfield from the Dagger Squad. Give him a hand. Look at y'all being all polite and stuff like that. And, of course, we got my man, the Gorilla Hebrew. Everybody say. It's going to be a long night. It's going to be a long night. You got your work cut out for you, Garfield. All right, so this is how it's going to go down real quick, brothers and sisters, just to give you guys a rundown of the events, how it's going down. So we're going to have a 5-minute introduction from each one of the opponents, right? Afterwards, we're going to have 3 15-minute rounds. And after each round, there's going to be a 5-minute rebuttal by each person, all right? And Gorilla Hebrew is going to go first in the 3 15-minute rounds.
I disagree with adding.
So that being said,
I'm just going to say with the format, 5-minute rebuttal after each round. Me personally, I believe your rebuttal should be within that round, your next round. So when one person goes and your rebuttal, and if you just like battle rap is done, I believe that's how it's done. Another point, they said they were late. See, that's another thing too. Like if we're going to handle this stuff professionally, then be professional, be on time, right? Don't we got to stop the nigga stuff, man. Showing up hour, 2, 3 hours late. Then that's why Kim In on Trial didn't work out. The second one, or whatever the debate was, 2012, 2013, whenever that took place, been so long, because they got there so late, and then they ran out of time on how long they could be in the venue, and then intermission and all that other stuff. Like, nah, be on time, man. Like it's pertinent. Like we keep trying to operate ourselves like everything's ghetto, man. And nah, we got to rise above that. Like I said, it's going to improve the quality of these debates. If not, then these debates are going to always suck.
Further ado, Garfield, since Gorilla Hebrew was going first, do you want to be the first one to give your 5-minute introduction? All right, Gorilla Hebrew. So Gorilla Hebrew, give your 5-minute introduction.
All right. First and foremost, we give all praise, honor, and glory to Yahweh B'Shem Yahweh Shai. Come Yashala. Long night, Garfield. It's gonna be a long night. Lord of Christ. Man, they wore white, Sonetta and Garfield, for a funeral. Good old comedic funeral night. So all praise to the Most High. Of course, here we go. Gorilla Hebrew, the chart, the 12 tribe chart. Right. Next slide. All right. Last time on the night of the Scarecrow. In our last debate, Brother Garfield spent virtually none of his time discussing the topic at hand. Instead, he spent it on strawman arguments and very uncharismatically reading off things that had nothing to do with the topic. I have a feeling there's a slight chance he does something similar tonight, but I want to call tonight, I'm going to predict tonight is going to be what I call the melee of moot points. He's going to make a lot of moot points that are going to be off topic. Let's go next slide, right? This is what I call the quantified visual 12 tribes chart, right? This is what you see Sakari have, and I created this chart, and I didn't put my camp on it or anything like that because I wanted it to be in use by any camp teaching this, because I want to make something very clear. There's some quantifications here, right? Because I've heard people try to make a trivial argument. How the hell is Benjamin the West Indian, but Puerto Rico's in the West Indies and Haiti's in the West Indies? So to be very clear who I have, Benjamin, Commonwealth and Dutch Caribbean, right? Meaning the Caribbean islands that were under control of the British and the Dutch. Very simple. That's what we mean for the tribe of Benjamin. So it's very clear and concise, right? I have, the rest of these things here. I have the photographs to give everybody a visual aid because many of our people are very visual learners here. So to be very clear here, this is exactly what I'm standing on and what I'm coming to defend, right? What we're not going to let Garfield do here tonight is attack arguments that he heard other people make or make attacks on what he thinks I'm going to say. Be very clear in attacking exactly what I stand on, exactly what I represent, and exactly what is going to be presented here tonight, right? If you're basing this debate off of the old video with Elder Nathaniel and Elder Benyamin, brother, man, you're going to have a long night, right? Next slide. Daniel 12:4. But thou, O Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book, even to the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased. It's very important that we understand that.
Varian, this is anyone to debunk the 12 tribe chart, not only with DNA data we have today, along with historical info included. I mean, the DNA speaks for itself, but yeah, historical data could also crush the 12 tribes chart because you can't reconcile with historical data that these people came from the same stock as West and Central Africans. It's just that simple. Just claiming the Bible is historical too. It's claiming that your interpretation of the Bible is history too is another issue. And again, it just goes to proclaiming and not demonstrating anything, which he's going to do a lot of. See, GRLA Hebrew went straight to the book. I agree with some of the points he made in the beginning, where you have to actually debate what he's talking about, and you actually have to. You can't really straw man and make a bunch of moot points, which Garfield is going to do this debate. Garfield, you're watching. You did make a bunch of moot points, and you pretty much made a bunch of straw man fallacy arguments and red herrings, which could hurt you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why you, Chris Harris, and all these other Afrocentrics spend majority of your time not talking about the damn topic. It just does not compute with me.
That as we grow and as we get closer to the times of the end, the Most High God is dispensing His Holy Spirit to increase our knowledge, right? So what was revealed in times past is being built upon more and more by the blocks of the successors of our foreparents, going all the way back to Elder Bivens, right? And I want to make something clear, right? I have a book, right? I have it digitally on my computer. I also have a physical copy called Marks of a Lost Race, written by Elder Abba Bivens. You got people on the internet that are saying, hey, Abba Bivens, he made up the chart for this and that. Abba Bivens never had a chart. Go read his book. He don't say nothing about a 12 tribes chart in his book, right? Priest Danyala, you was at One West, am I lying? No, right? That came later on, but he knew that the black people brought over here in slavery and the indigenous peoples of the Americas were Israelites. He affirmed that, but he didn't identify tribes. That came later, right? But a lot of people, they hate, they lie, they do whatever on the internet, it's fine. But from Elder Abba Bivens to REI, right? We have what? We have an increase in knowledge. We go from understanding generally who the tribes are to understanding in particularly, and the succession that came from Elder, who was High Priest REI on down, has built upon that foundation through the spirit and power of Yahweh Bashem Yahushua. Let's go. Right? But we want to thank Garfield tonight for offering himself a sacrifice yet again. That don't look like me right there.
I found this quite interesting because they're looking at this depiction, which is probably from like some kind of biblical depiction. Maybe one of his guys drew it. I don't know. I don't know the source of this picture, but this guy's like a white person. It's like a very light complected person, just like he is. He said, don't I look like this person here? So I found it quite interesting, especially with their view of certain people with that same phenotype and how they classify those individuals as Edomites and synagogue of Satan. But he can clearly, in this instance, he uses this image to say, "Oh, I look like this person here." I don't know why this man doesn't understand that he's light complected as well. All right. But again, this is just the introduction, so I'm not going to be too harsh on the critiques here. But I feel like what we're seeing here is what you're going to get for the entirety of his rounds in the debate. You said, "Are you going by appearance?" No, I'm not going by appearance. I'm saying it's ironic that he would look at this image of this man as very lightly complected and will say, "Oh, don't I look like this person?" But in the same breath, condemn people that have that same complexion. That's what perplexes me. So yeah, well, if he is saying that, then he needs to acknowledge that the people that he called white Americans or Edomites or whatnot. No, Edomites are not Caucasians, Mazel. Arwala, you trying to come over here to defend him? He does condemn people with that skin tone. Stop it. When I say people, you know exactly what I'm talking about. White Americans. So we're not going to do that. We're not going to play games.
Y'all look like me right there. We like to think. We like to think he got the white on. See that? Only to get bloody. We like to thank our brother Garfield for offering himself as a sacrifice. This is a prime opportunity to get this truth out and to get this understanding out through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shemiah Shah. So all praise to him, and thank you, Garfield, for your sacrifice tonight, my brother. All praises. I yield.
Okay,
obviously, you don't call
powerful.
it like you see it,
All right,
because
so without
you would
further
call
ado, we're going to
BS
allow
on
Garfield
him
to give 5 minutes.
condemning
Everybody
people
give
with
him
the
that same
same
respect.
hue
5
or
minutes to introduce yourself,
complexion as him.
Garfield. The time starts whenever you tell.
All right.
And also the same DNA as
First
well.
and foremost, peace and love to everybody in here. Whatever you claim, hold to it. I'm not here to talk about belief systems. I'm here to bring only facts. I'm not doing any scarecrow today, bro. No, none of that. All right. So now, you started the time? All right. So now you're copying please before we even start. But it's very interesting. The 12 tribe chart is on trial today. And my job is to prove to all you believers in the chart that the chart is not historically correct. It doesn't match with anything with archaeology. And my job is to prove that Aria or Abba Bivens made it up. And you're going to say to yourself, what is this guy talking about? We're the chosen of God. Well, my job is to evaluate the information, because Alazar is the type of guy, he'll make a chart this week and say, hey.
I also want to point out this. Garfield is not just enough to say someone made it up, because a lot of things are made up. The issue is, can they find empirical data to substantiate the 12 tribes chart? And that's an obvious no. But just point out, oh, someone made up. Yeah, all thoughts are made up. Like majority of our stuff, like cars and stuff, was made up. But just because someone makes something up, quote unquote, in air quotes, does not automatically make it false. The statement they made or the premise they made up, as you say, can it be validated with source material, actual things that we can observe? And that's the real argument. The argument is whether or not it was contrived. All things are contrived and conceived in someone's mind, but can we validate it? So I hear Garfield say that a lot. Oh, they made it up. They made it up. Yeah, a lot of people make, hypotheses are made up, but then they go through the process of proving or disproving that hypothesis. So you gotta formulate your argument better, Garfield.
Everybody could use it, and in 4 weeks he'll come with another chart. So he's not the guy that you study. He always changes. So for this debate, I didn't really watch Al-Azhar. I actually watched somebody from another camp to get a better understanding of the chart, so that we could have a conversation about what the elders in the organization did and what they taught, right? So now, I'm not going to show anything for my introduction. All I'm going to say is sit back, enjoy the ride, because it's going to get bumpy, all right? And I have love and respect for my brother. I got love and respect for anyone that want to claim Israelite, because you know what? In this world, it's hard to try and live the life. So I do give respect where it should be given, all right? For you to get up and say you want to live by laws from 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, I don't know if y'all out your minds or y'all right on track, but I'm going to tell you this right now. This 12 tribe chart is going down tonight. Peace.
Oh, your 3 supporters just clap for you. All praises. It's all good. All right. So we are ready to go. So Gorilla, you ready? So without further ado, we're going to bring Gorilla Hebrew up. He has 15 minutes, 15-minute round.
Right, again, all praise Yahweh Shemi Al Shai. So first and foremost, I want to say what I'm doing to. Okay, you can start now. What I'm doing tonight, and as I'm continuing the work of my ancestors, right? What do I mean, right? Here we have a photograph of the Haitian Declaration of Independence, and I have a translation here. Emperor Jean-Jacques Dessalines, he wrote this right as the Haitian Declaration of Independence after he defeated the French in 18. Can we have a hand for my ancestors, Jean-Jacques, please?
Question about this. What does a man that lived in the 18th century making this declaration have to do with whether or not the 12 tribes chart is valid or not? I don't understand his reasoning here. I don't understand his logic. But again, like I said, this is the old One West playbook. This is the old BHI playbook. And I'm familiar with it because I come from that school of thought. We get that, we grab something obscure like this and try to draw points from it, but this does not validate or cement the validity of the 12 tribe chart. What you need to do to cement the validity of the 12 tribe chart is showing that all those groups of individuals on that chart connect and go back to an archfather named Jacob. This will not help that case. I'll let it play here.
Just mighty. Just a mighty man. So we're continuing that work, and I'm going to show y'all. This is an excerpt translated in English. It says, "The justice of God. I have seen 2 classes of men born to cherish, assist, and succor one another, mixed in one word and blended together, crying for vengeance and disputing the honor of the first blow, blacks and yellows, or blacks and Latinos, whom the refined duplicity of Europeans has for a long time endeavored to divide. You, who are now consolidated and made but one family, without doubt it was necessary that our perfect reconciliation," it's so important to understand the terminology. He said a perfect reconciliation. So what does that demonstrate that he believed? When you put the "re" in front of conciliation, it means that people are coming back together. So that means that we were one. He believed that we were already one before we were divided. Our perfect reconciliation should be sealed with the blood of your butchers. Similar calamities have hung over your prescribed heads. A similar ardor to strike your enemies has signalized you. The like fate is reserved for you, and the like interest, therefore, must render you forever one, indivisible and inseparable. Maintain the previous concord. So again, he said that these people were once one, that happy harmony amongst yourselves. It is the pledge of your happiness, your salvation, and your success. It is the secret of being invincible. And this is what the Haitian revolutionaries felt in their heart. And this is the work that they continue to do, as you see reflected in the flags of Colombia and Venezuela, also as well as Ecuador, where they put that blue and the red to pay a homage here, but they put that yellow to symbolize themselves and their freedoms. Right? So it's very important to understand what the 12 tribe chart is exactly what the Haitian Revolution is about. Right? Next slide. Right? Baruch 2 and 30. For I knew.
So his claim about that was that in that quote, I guess John Veseline, however you say his name, excuse me if I butchered it, felt that the black and yellow people, in his words, are supposed to reconcile or come back together. And to him, that means that, oh, that's some kind of 12 tribes chart dog whistle or something. I don't understand it. So maybe this is my thing about these claims. You read that and you said, oh, this is pretty much showing that these people once won. So therefore, the 12 tribes chart is true. This is so arbitrary. That's not concrete. That's very vague and cryptic. So let's see what else he says here.
That they would not hear me because it is a stiff-necked people, but in the land of their captivities shall they remember themselves. And that's what this is all about with the 12 tribes chart. It's about us remembering ourselves in the land of our captivity. Now, we're scattered all over the world. So the 12 tribes chart is not something that's
right here,
absolute.
This shows the source of the confusion. People go out their way to make all these claims. Oh, the 12 tribes chart was invented so they can marry other women from these different places. I mean, why would you need to invent a chart for that? You could just do that. The stupidity that some people say. No, the real reason why, if you pay attention, the most logical reason why the chart was, conceived and created was because what he's doing here, you should remember yourselves and look at these curses. And then, well, okay, Native Americans and Black Americans were sold on auction blocks together. They were the first commodities of the Wall Street. We know this. We can pull up records on this. This is historical. So what they do is say, they see these people going through similar situations and say similar situation denotes common ancestry. That's the whole argument. That's the 12 tribes chart. Oh, the people of South America went through a similar plight as Western Central Africans. Therefore, they must be the same people. The problem is you don't apply that to no one else. You don't apply that to the Polish. You don't apply that to the Slavs. You don't apply that to the Arabs of Egypt. You don't apply it to no one else but these particular people and say and call it prophecy. But that's the problem. The empirical data doesn't bear those facts out. When we look at Native Indians and we look at Western Central Africans, for the most part, they have different patrilineages. They all can't go, you can't say they both go back to this man that lived in the Bronze Age named Jacob. The Jacob's one man, one Y chromosome. But again, this is the BHI playbook. Just throw a bunch of verses out there and say, hey, this is spiritual talk, and this is denoting and reinforcing the 12 tribes chart. And this is pretty much all of his rounds in a nutshell. I'll let it play.
Single African American is a Judite, and every Judite is an African American. But we were sent to the people in North, Central, and South America. We're sent to the people who are in New York, the people who are in LA, the people who are in Miami, the people who are in Atlanta, the people who are pertinent to the chart. But it's not an absolute. That has to be understood. Let's keep going. Deuteronomy 30, start at 1. And it shall come to pass when all these things are come upon thee, what things? The curses, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all nations, whither the Lord thy God has driven thee. So we would be scattered and cursed. And when we go to these lands, we're going to remember ourselves, right? And shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, right? Keeping the commandments, thou and thy children with all thine heart and with all thy soul, that then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity. So that's what this 12 tribe chart is about. It's waking us up, causing us to bring to remembrance all these things so we can get our captivity turned, so we can get our liberation in keeping these commandments, and have compassion upon thee, and will return.
Jacob Israel says, when did Europeans go into slavery on ships? They went to slavery the same time so-called Black American ancestors went into slavery on ships. You understand? It's just that simple. Like, we can give you the Cossacks. Look up the Cossacks. They were enslaving white Europeans on slave ships. Look up the Maltese pirates. They were enslaving white people. And before the transatlantic slave trade was a thing, white slavery in Europe was the norm. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you guys, the Slavs were the slaves, the Europeans were enslaved Northern Europeans were enslaved. They were selling white slaves. Other white people sell white people, just like in West Africa, you had Africans selling Africans. There are a lot of slave trades, man. But what BHI has done is they have made you made you guys develop tunnel vision where only you could see the African American slave trade, or rather the transatlantic slave trade, which even involved some white slavery. Europeans were sold in that slavery as well. Look up the galley slaves. Look up the galley slaves. Who were rowing the galleys? Those are a lot of white Europeans. So it's like you guys don't know history. That's the problem. All you do is listen to somebody on YouTube reading from a Bible and proclaiming a bunch of stuff and preaching to you. You never cracked any of these history books up, and now you have developed tunnel vision, and you can only see this one angle. Broaden your scope. All right. So you can say I'm wrong. I've already covered this in a video. Just look up Genesis 49ers, white slavery. I'm not going to go through that whole spiel today because I'm reviewing this debate, but you can look up my video. I've covered the source material showing whites going into slavery. This is not hard to find.
Earn and gather thee from all nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. If any of thine be driven unto the utmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. Next slide. Skipping to verse 10 now, still in Deuteronomy 30. If thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep his commandments and statutes which are written in this book and law, and if thou turn to the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul, for this commandment which I command thee this day, it is not hidden from thee, neither is it far off. It is not in heaven that thou shouldest say us, who shall go up to heaven and bring it to us, that we may hear it and do it? Neither is it beyond the sea that thou shouldest say, who shall go over the sea for us and bring it unto us, that we may hear it and do it? But the word is very nigh unto thee, in thy mouth and in thy heart, that thou mayest do it. And it's very important, before we go back. Let's go to the next slide. It's very important that we understand that the Most High God promised and assured his people that his word was never going to be far from us. That's why we all grew up with Bibles in our houses, right? And we all have been misled in Christian institutions, but that actual word of truth was never far. So as we here in the land of our captivity and we remember ourselves, we began to understand through these scriptures and through the Spirit who each of the 12 tribes are. Next slide. Right? Ecclesiastes 11:1, cast thy bread upon many waters, for thou shalt find it after many days. And that's what happened. Through bringing people in these institutions and then them usurping them from us and conquering the world with it, we ended up finding our bread after many days, which is the scriptures. It's all a part of the divine plan of the Most High. Next slide. Right? Real quick, I want to go through a couple revolutions that were inspired by the Bible, right? We just went over the justice of God dealing with the Haitian Revolution. We had Nat Turner's Revolution. We know, Garfield knows about Duddy Bookman down there in Jamaica, right? And you know about Max Romeo and the song that he sung about the Maccabean Bible and all that inspired, right? So that same tool that was used to oppress, once we got a hold of it, we utilize it for empowerment, right? And for liberation purposes. And that's what the 12 tribes chart is all about. Next slide. Right? Speaking of rebellions, Akan captives were known for various slave revolts and plantation-resistant tactics. Their legacy is evident within groups such as the Maroons of the Caribbean and South America. Right? Next slide. Right now, this is interesting, right? This is my DNA, right? My 23andMe. You see my name here, Adonis.
Here's the part
DNA,
where
right?
he makes the biggest blunder,
because this has an ancestry timeline, right? It's giving you an estimated timeline of when each one of these things was introduced into your gene pool, right? So I analyzed this thing. I said, okay, 1930 to 1960. My mom born in 1972, Irish. That makes sense, right? Not too far. I ain't gonna fault them for a little bit of margin of error, right? I see this here, Spanish and Portuguese. I don't have no Spanish or Portuguese, but close enough, Iberian French, right? My great-great-great-grandfather wife was half French, right? Okay, boom, that makes sense. So I'm looking at this, and of course, typically,
nah, brother, don't throw it on the maternal side.
What's gonna happen? They're going to tell you you're a little bit Nigerian, you're a little bit Ghanaian, you have some Angolan, Congolese, some Senegambian. It's going to always give you a little bit of this. But here was the most interesting part to me. The oldest part of my DNA says Sudanese. Now, this let me kind of scratch in my head for a second. How is the oldest part of my DNA Sudanese?
Like the video. Thumb up the video.
Dan. Through Egypt and settled in Nubia, Sudan, around 500 AD. Due to the pressure extended on Nubia by the Aksumite kingdom of Ethiopia, Nubia was shattered, and the Akan people moved west and established small trading kingdoms.
All right, so now the actual video glitches here, I think, but for the most part, what he's doing here.
These kingdoms grew around 750
Let me
AD.
pause this. He's trying to reconcile the fact that his autosomal DNA breakdown, because the brother doesn't understand autosomal DNA, and he's trying to say that it goes back to Sudan, that his haplogroup goes back to Sudan. The issue with that haplogroup R does not start in Sudan. We've covered this in the videos prior to this. Haplogroup R starts in Central Asia, but his marker most likely comes from Europeans, Western Europeans, via the Yamnaya. Because if he's M269 or the descendant of M269 or M269, that would designate him as a Western European. And that's probably why you have that Western Iberian autosomal marker dated to that time. That's probably where that's coming from. And that's probably how your father's father inherited. A Western European immigrated to the Americas, had sex with some woman, could have been an African woman, we don't know. I don't really know your maternal history either, or the woman's maternal history that he slept with. But eventually that Haitian got with your mother and had you. And now you have a copy of your father's Y chromosome, which is R, most likely M269, which goes back to Western Europe, which makes Gorilla Hebrew a descendant of a Western European, not a Levantine, not an ancient Israelite. He's most likely a descendant of the Yamnaya, which comes from the European steppes in the Bronze Age, not the Levant.
Empire of Ghana was formed. Now it begins to make sense, because I know that the Akan were scattered all over the Caribbean, right? That would include Haiti. Now it makes sense as to why the oldest part of my DNA is Sudanese, because the Akan came from the Sudan to Ghana. Next slide. Now, but it says first they came from north of Egypt. What's north of Egypt?
Hey, Jacob, if you got a problem, you can debate me on this.
Because it's either the Mediterranean Sea or it's Israel, right? Next slide.
I'll put my email.
So now it makes sense from Sudan to Ghana, that migration of the Akan, then on the slave ships and scattered throughout the Caribbean. Next slide. And this explains even more. This explains all these. We're going to go into all of these nice pictures of the Akan people and specifically the Ashanti people. Next slide.
I won't debate on Sarnetta's channel,
right? Exodus 28. We see this picture. This is a
brother. I don't want to interrupt the brothers round. I would not debate on Sarnetta's channel because he has shown support to Polite, and Polite's legal situation. I don't agree with it. The man's semen was found on an article of clothing belonging to that little girl. So I don't agree with the support that are even, trying to side for him. Like I just don't agree with it. So I would not on his channel. I do it on Garfield's channel though. The same thing goes to you, brother. We can debate it. If you don't think that's the case, and here's the thing: the whole time Gorilla Hebrew is making claims and based on presuppositions and not giving any real proof and evidence to it, but y'all eat that up. You guys are religious, man. All right, let's go back to this.
Like the video, thumb up the video.
And these are the garments.
Yeah, for some reason this video is kind of choppy. It freezes at certain points, so bear with us. I'm gonna put my email
they shall make
in,
a breastplate and an ephod and a robe and a broidered coat and a mitre. That's what he got on his head. and a girdle, and they shall make holy garments for Aaron, thy brother, the high priest of the nation of Israel, the tribe of Levi, and his sons, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And thou shalt make the breastplate of judgment with cunning work. After the work of the ephod, thou shalt make it, and thou shalt set in the settings of stones, even 4 rows, 1, 2, 3, 4, right, of stones. And the stones shall be with the names of the children of Israel, 12, according to their names. Next slide. Continuing. Now, here's another one. He's got an interesting, all praise to the Most High. He's got an interesting breastplate, but he's got some more things on, right? Look at these things hanging off his belt. Interesting, right?
Oh, so you just a troll
A
then.
golden bell and a pomegranate.
That's what you're telling me,
a
you're a
golden
troll.
bell and a pomegranate upon the hem of the robe round about, and it shall be upon Aaron the minister. So not only is he wearing this Levitical breastplate, he also has the golden bells.
Guerrilla Hebrew, how is this proving that the 12 tribes chart is real? Like you have an immense task here tonight. You have to show that those people that's listed on that 12 tribes chart tie back together to an archfather named Jacob that lived in the Bronze Age. You going here and there and saying, okay, I think this person right here are showing this, that very well could be someone that has remnants of Israelite culture. That does not tell you that the 12 tribes chart is real. Okay? That does not tell you. All it does is say, okay, they have some kind of semblance here, but how does that tell you that these people are related to Latinos and Native Americans, which are a very blended, heterogeneous group? They don't all share common ancestry within those groups. And it's like, you have to tackle that. You're just trying to mystify the audience here. Well, while not actually substantiating the 12 tribes chart.
On like the Levitical priests in the Bible. Interesting. These are all the Ashanti people, right? Keep going. Now, another thing. Here we are in the land of Judah. There's a city here. It's called Ashan. Interesting. First Chronicles 6:57-59. And to the sons of Aaron, right, the Levites, they gave the cities of Judah, namely Hebron, the city of refuge, and Libnah with their suburbs, and Jatir and Estemoa with their suburbs, and Helene with her suburbs, Debir with her suburbs, and Ashan with her suburbs, and Beth Shemesh with her suburbs. So now we see these parallels. We see this name Ashan popping up in Israel. We see the ephod with 12 stones. We see fringes. We see golden bells and pomegranates. We see mitris. We see their oral tradition attesting that they came from north of Egypt, then to Sudan, then to West Africa. Interesting. Next slide. Right? They also, amongst the Akan, have this golden chair, right? And this reminded me of something in the Torah. Exodus 25:17. And thou shalt make a mercy seat of pure gold. Leviticus 16:2. And the Lord said unto Moses, speak unto Aaron our brother, that he may come not at all times into the holy place within the veil before this mercy seat, which is upon the ark, that he die not, right? So Aaron and the priest dealt with also the mercy seat. So now I'm seeing these parallels. Now it's all starting to make sense. Next slide. Let us remember again, Akan captives were known for various slave revolts and plantation-resistant tactics. Their legacy is evident within groups such as the Maroons of the Caribbean and South America. Next slide. Genesis 49:6. I will divide them in Jacob and scatter them in Israel. This is said of the Levites, right? Next slide. Deuteronomy 33:11. Smite through the loins of them that rise against him, and of them that hate him, that they rise not again. So not only would the Levites be scattered, they would also be able to smite through the loins of them that hate them and rise against them. This is important.
Come on, man. Hey, come on, bro. Y'all know what Deuteronomy 33:11 is talking about. It's not talking about slave uprisings. It's not even talking about that. It's the thing. You can't even be truthful with the actual context. And it's not really Elazar's fault. It's the BHI movement. It's the elders that came before us. They have curated and cultivated this anti-intellectual culture known as, One West, Black Hebrew Israelism. If you read this scripture in context, I don't even know if I want to. Let me just pull this up, entertain this. This is crazy. Deuteronomy 33 is obviously not talking about slave risings or slave revolts. If you go to Deuteronomy 33, right, and you read verse 11, when you talk about the blessings from Moses, it's pretty clear what this says here. Um, right here it says, "Bless the ministry." I have to change the dang string. Hold on. All right. Share screen. Boom. Deuteronomy 33. Verse 11 says, "Bless the ministry of the Levites, O Lord, and accept all the work of their hands. Hit their enemies where it hurts the most, strike down their foes, so they never rise again." So with this, he's trying to say, hey, this is talking about slave uprisings. But if you read this in context, let me go back up. Levites obey your word and guard your covenant. They were more loyal to you than to their own parents. They ignored their relatives. They did not acknowledge their own children. They teach your regulations to Jacob. They give your instructions to Israel. They present incense before you. And offer whole burnt offerings on the altar. Bless the ministry of the Levites. This is talking about their ministry. What is their ministry? Their ministry is to do the sacrifices and the priestly work, right? And then it says, "Hit their enemies where it hurts the most, strike down their foes so they never rise again." Foes of what? Of what? The people that break the covenant, the people that break the minute that don't abide by the covenant and the rules and laws and regulations. How do we know this? When it gives you an example, they were more loyal to you than to their own parents. They ignored their relatives and did not acknowledge their own children. Because when you read the story in context, they killed their own parents, their own relatives that were breaking the covenant of the Most High. So if you read this contextually, this is not talking about some future thing where they were going to uprise. This is talking about, as Levites, they would have to kill their enemies. The enemies are those that went against the instructions of the Most High. Who was the ones that were performing the rites of putting someone to death if they broke a commandment? The Levites. So once you read that contextually, you can't even get that as being a slave uprising, especially when it's giving you the example right here. So if you read the Exodus account in the wilderness, the Levites slayed the people, man. It's just that simple. But he used it to try to say that, hey, this is some kind of testimony to slave uprisings. Which then there's slave uprisings all throughout the Americas where you say those are Judites. Are they Levites too now? They don't make any damn sense. It's too arbitrary. Arbitrary Israelites, like my man Abu says.
Important because we see this of the Akan and certain other groups, how they were scattered, but they were very successful in their revolts, unlike certain other groups, right? Next slide. Now, when we look at the Bible here, having successful rebellions was a part of God's blessing to Levi, which is why the only ones that succeeded in Scripture were Levite-led revolts, i.e. the Exodus and the Maccabean revolts. It's all very important now. Next slide, right? Now, this is an interesting word here. It's called Loa, right? Loa, also called Loa, are spirits of the African diasporic religion of Haitian voodoo. Modern linguists trace the etymology of Loa to words like Babaloa, which means diviner or priest. The term is phonetically identical
slave
to
revolts in South America
and the Haitian Creole.
There's a book on
Next
that
slide.
that talks about that by the brother named Katz. It's called Blacks and Indians, and I pretty much read that entire book. It's a short read. It just talks about how blacks and Indians revolted with each other and whatnot. And there was a lot of revolts, man. There's a lot of revolts. And they revolted and fought against their slave masters. So, I mean, are we going to say, oh, according to the prophecy, that this means that these people are Levites because they had successful slave revolts? It doesn't make any damn sense. And then when you read the scripture itself, it tells you what it's talking about because it gives you that example of them not giving a damn if it was their mother, father, or relative. They were going to put you to death if you violated the code. That's all that's talking about.
So the Hebrew word Levi or Loya means joined to God. The Loa, right, in voodoo are said to be intermediaries between man and God. The Levites are the priests of God, and as priests of God made intercession for men to God. Babaloa means priest. The term Levi or lawyer, the tribe of priests, etymologically goes back to the Hebrew word loa. See Strong's 3867. Loa is interchangeable with the Creole and French words for law. The Levites taught and enforced the law of God.
We have to unpack that there. So, because they what they do is, and I got to make sure that that's the etymology. But what they do is they'll try to, slide in their Lashawan Kadash, which is a modern confabulation. It's not even a real language. It's not ancient Hebrew, and trying to say this is ancient Hebrew. Therefore, all these words have to be interconnected somehow. The way that we interpret it and the way we spell it. That's why I say this is not academic at all. So I'm going to look up the spelling in Strong's 867, and then here's another issue. He just said it's the same word that comes from Indo-European, the word law. So let me look up the etymology of the word law and see if it ties back to the tribe of Levi. Because I've heard this claim before. I heard Tahar say that the word Levi actually goes back to the word law because the way that they spell it and say it in their own, modern confabulation of, they got their own Yiddish pretty much. They got their own Yiddish. So I'm going to look up the word law and I'm going to look up the etymology. And again, none of this is going to count towards him. It's Garfield's job to debate him, right? So I have to judge it fairly, but I'm just critiquing it. So the word law comes from the Old English lagu, the Old Norse log, something laid down or fixed, of Germanic origin related to lay. It has nothing to do with Hebrew. It has nothing to do with the tribe of Levi. Here it is. Anyone can look this up. The word law, etymology of the word law, comes from the Old Norse, which comes from Germanic, means something laid down or fixed. And it comes from the word lag. Old English, lagu. English, lay. And then today we get the word law. Old English, lagu, from Old Norse, lag. Something laid down or fixed of Germanic origin and related to lay. That's what it says. Let's go to Etymon Online. And let's see, does it say anything about the tribe of Levi? I don't see it. It says Old English lagu, plural laga, combining form la. Ordinance, rule prescribed by authority, regulation, district governed by the same law. Also, sometimes right, legal privilege, from Old Norse lagu, law, collective plural of log, layer, measure, stroke, literally something laid down, that which is fixed or set. This reconstruction to be from Proto-Germanic. So again, Guerrilla Hebrew is making a claim that Proto-Germanic is somehow connected to Old Hebrew. That don't make any damn sense, man. And the word has nothing to do with Levi. It comes from this Germanic term, lagu. It's just that damn simple. All right, so let's go back to the video. I'm not going to spend majority of my time doing that. I really want to critique this.
So now we have these people who are experts in rebellion, right? Who wear ephods, who wear mitris, who wear golden brails, who wear fringes, who have a mercy seat, a city named Ashan, right? And then we have all these things here that they'll cohesively work together to attest to these people, not just the Haitians, but other people scattered throughout the Caribbean, right? When you deal with Martinique, when you deal with Guadeloupe, when you deal with the Maroons in Jamaica, when you deal with the Maroons in Guyana, French Guyana, Suriname, these people all cohesively have all fit the total description, both archaeologically, both etymologically, both scripturally, with the Levites in the Bible, right? So with that, I'm gonna yield the rest of my time. Give all praise, y'all. About you now.
All praises. All right. So while Garfield is setting up, there's some chairs up front. I know some sisters have come in. Do the sisters all have seats? The sisters have seats? Okay. There's 3 seats up front. Huh? Sure, we can.
All right.
You want a 1 minute warning or you want a 5 minute warning? 1 minute warning? 1 minute, okay.
Sure. Let me know when you start the clock. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Hey, no, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Can you make it out on the camera though? Yeah. All right. Now, I want to say thank you for that a while ago. That's kind of different. All right. Daniela, you started the clock? All right. I got to correct the brother right away. I had to get out of my slides and go to and correct this immediately. Now, when someone talks about the Akan and Asante, I get kind of emotional because it's personal. I was born in Jamaica. My mom taught me Anansi stories. I'm a living descendant of the Akan or the Asante people. All right. Now watch this. This is called Adu.
Notice this. Notice Garfield fell for the okie doke. Garfield, why are you spending time talking about the Akan? The argument is the 12 tribes chart real or fake? He has to prove all these individuals that's listed on the chart are related to Archfather that lived in the Bronze Age. You fell for the trap. Oh, let me talk about the Akan. I would have just brought all the fallacies he would have said briefly and then left it there and went to the argument. Hey, you can't prove these people all were tied together. These people came from the Beringian Strait or the Beringia. These, Western Central Africa is over here in the Sahelian region in Africa. They have nothing to do with each other. You should have went that angle. You fell for the okie doke, Garfield, and that's why I told you, Garfield. Like, we debate again, man, it's over for you because you guys have poor debating skills.
Oginaye. What happened is the people in the Akan culture recently, this is within the last 8 years, decided to check every single oral tradition that they have. Oral tradition saying they go to Israel, they come from Egypt, they come from wherever. When you now put that on the screen and say that they come from Israel and you found Ashan there, it's kind of being deceptive in a way. And I'm going to tell you why. The Akan people decided to check the oral traditions and then use what's called linguistics. They use archaeology, anthropology. It's recent. It's something new. So you obviously probably not up to date with your information. But what I'm going to tell you and I'm going to show you. Stop the time. Is familiar with William Miller. He's a preacher that taught that the world was going to end in 1844. That Jesus is coming back.
That's the video doing that. It skipped.
From Jehovah's Witnesses. You know this fake guy. Don't y'all know him? Charles Russell. He predicted the second coming of Jesus. Fake. Joseph Smith, founder of the Mormon faith. What do y'all think about him? He's fake, right? What about Harold Camping in 2011? I remember I was working at Link Up Radio at 93.5 FM. I used to work in the morning show. And this lady's husband sold everything and said, Harold Camping said, God is coming, Jesus is coming, and he sold everything. What do we call that person? A false prophet. And we say, let's get them out of here. Deuteronomy 18 says, yeah, I'm quoting scripture tonight. I will raise up for them a prophet, right? But a prophet who presumes to speak in my name, anything I have not commanded, or a prophet who speaks in the name of other God is to be put to what? All right. You may say to yourselves, how can we know when a message has not been spoken by the Lord? If what a prophet proclaims in the name of the Lord does not take place or come true, that is a message the Lord has not spoken. So it's a false prophet. Let's take a look here at evidence number 1. Hold on a second here.
And this is why, Garfield, if you watch it, you get your ass kicked by me, man. This is why. Look how you debate. Look how you debated this, man. What Garfield is doing is Ariana is a false prophet. But I mean, I don't know how that. You gotta speak to the topic. Yeah.
These places that's going to be hit in this thermonuclear war is America. America's going to be wiped off the face of the planet Earth. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. America has less than 628 days. America has less than 628 days. America has less than 628 days before this country is taken out in thermonuclear destruction. This kingdom, America, is going to be destroyed before the year 2000. The evil kingdom that God spoke of in the Bible. And all you so-called white people, your condemnation, you are condemned to what? Hell. And you're going to be in hell, you're going to be oppressed before the year 2000. Christ is going to come back.
Museum America is going to be destroyed before the year 2000 by thermonuclear destruction.
All right. So now, false prophet, I call Ariel a false prophet. I'm going to tell you why. We give him a pass because he's black. But when I show the guy from Jehovah's Witness or Miller or Joseph Smith, he's a false prophet. But because Ariel looks like you give him a pass. If he did make this prophecy, by the way, and in this book, it quotes him saying that he made a prophecy that the year Christ would return in 2000 to slay or enslave all the Edomites, and that failed to pass. Black God's F.S. Cherry also did a 2000 prophecy, which they possibly got it from. But the bottom line to all of this is, I'm going to show this video that he talked about.
That stately manner and that white beard. And he also used to wear a turban. And he wore a white turban. One time we were over there and they had the charts up. And they had the charts that said if you're Jamaican, you come from this tribe. And if you're from Barbados, it's that tribe. And read the book, said, hey, come on, Pop. I said, what is it? You know that ain't right. He said, of course, Danny, I know that's not right. He said, but that's the hook. That's how we get them into place, and we wire them up to what's true. Well, years later, after he passed away and his sons and all of them, they either died or moved away, the Tanakh school began to teach those things as truth. This is the truth, and well.
So as you guys can see, that chart was made up. Matter of fact, Yahuwah's one made even admit to that in conversation.
All right, earlier, the brother said that people are saying on the internet that Abba Bivens told them X, Y, and Z. I wasn't there. I'm not even a part of the organization. But this elder, if what he's saying is true, then it really don't make a difference, because whether Ariel invented the chart or not, Ariel is a known false prophet and is the fruit of the poisonous tree. So if Ariel made a false prophecy, why are we giving him a pass based off of Deuteronomy 18 and y'all claim y'all believe in the book? The 12 tribes chart. Let's take a look at this right here. You got a couple of people that got charts. And by the way, I don't know where Ariel got the information from, but there's a lot of British Israelism within the ISUPK. When you look at British Israelism and what they teach, as far as sons of Isaac, and Saxon means sons of Isaacs, and all this craziness that the guy from the Worldwide Church taught, and a couple of other things, you could tell that they were influenced by British Israelism and the Mormons. Now, this is another chart. This is not your guys' chart. And by the way, the Rastafarians have a chart by Carrington from 1968, for those who know. And Abba Bivens was attached to the Ethiopian Worldwide Federation. Alazar is agreeing. And both of them were there. So it's possible, I'm not saying that they interacted, because the Rastafarians have a chart that's in Jamaica saying they're the only 12 tribes. Bob Marley was a part of that group. They're the only 12 tribes in the world, and all of y'all are liars. So I'm not saying they're liars or not. I'm saying all of them are liars, in my opinion. But this is the book that Reggie gave me. Is this where the one West got their chart from? All right. But if you notice something, this chart is the Mormon chart. If you look at where it says in Central America, they being Native Indians who are from Central America, they're the first ones ever to say that. So I don't know if that influenced Abba Bivens or Ariel while he was in his dream and dreaming up some stuff. But at the end of the day, this was out there already in the public. All right. And I want to put this up for a minute. A lot of people say that they're in cults. And I said, let me put this up on the screen for a minute. When you have a charismatic leader, and I'm not throwing my words at Al-Azhar, by the way, because I love Al-Azhar, almost perfect uniformity in beliefs and behaviors. You have to believe the same thing. Oh, my brother, you got to come back to class. You got to study more. An elitist attitude. Everybody in here who's part of Sikari or any Israelite feel like they are better than people who are non-Israelites. You have an elitist attitude. Weird or wacky beliefs. King James is black. We're the chosen people of God. The Indians in America is the lost tribes. Wacky beliefs. Wacky beliefs. British Israelism. But one of the things though, that let's do a quick history class of One West. You have Arnold Ford here. You have Jake Fatelovich and Ford. You have Rabbi Ford gets kicked out of the UNIA because he wanted Judaism to be the central part of the UNIA. So him and Garvey got into it. Ford dies. Wentworth takes over. That's Rabbi Wentworth, if y'all don't know, on the left-hand side, hugging up that white woman. And by the way, this is Jake Fatelovich. Do y'all know who Jake Fatelovich is? How much time I got left? Jake Fatelovich, ladies and gentlemen, was funded by the Rothschilds. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is real talk. And he's the one that influenced Wentworth, who is the root of
This is hey, Garfield, bruh. Come on, man. This is not a good round. Great thing. You know, you bringing up points, but again, your mission is to argue the negative for the 12 tribes chart. And I keep telling you guys don't know how to debate. I told Chris Harris, you don't know how to debate. You don't know how to debate. Argue the negative. Argue the negative. Come on, man.
Money from the Rothschilds. And now you got to ask yourself, what's going down here?
What does that do with 12 tribes chart?
Read what it says. A white Ashkenazi Jew was funded by Baron Rothschild to find Africans to validate Zionists. And the reason why they want to be close to Wentworth and Ford, because they want to align with Ethiopia so they could get aligned to the land. But you're a part of that because you're the grandchild of Wentworth, whether you like it or not.
No, he hadn't brought up the DNA.
And that's it right here. This is just a simple Wikipedia article right here. Wentworth is convinced.
But what he is doing is arguing moot points that has nothing to do with the validity of the 12 tribes chart.
And then he says, hey, you know what? I want to be a rabbi because the guy went to Ethiopia and told him that the Jews are there. There's a split from commandment keepers and started One West, Abba Bivens. This is a picture of the elders and some of the guys from the Seven Heads. And here we go. You got Tahar, my favorite guy ever in history, Tahar. And that's Arya right there. All right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, ask yourself this question before we move forward. How did you get the Bible? You're a chosen of God, right? You're lost tribes. You're in the West. How you got the Bible? Without the white man, would you have a Bible today? Let's think about it now. Look at yourself and ask yourself a question. You come from here, the Pentecostal on this chart. That's your root. That's what Wentworth came from, the living God or whatever he was a part of, working all that Ubia crazy stuff that he used to do. Did you get your Bible from white folks? Are the 12 tribe charts real or fake or fiction? How much time I got? 30 seconds. All right. I'm not gonna go into this, but the bottom line, before I even go into these slides, for there to be a 12 tribe chart, there have to be 12 tribes. If there's not 12 tribes, you can't have a 12 tribe chart. I'm going to go deep into the 12 tribes and show who they are in history and show in the Bible what the Bible actually says about them in history. What you haven't been taught by the people who claim that they're teaching this book. I'm going to teach y'all tonight about this book. But let me just say this. Yeah, you laughing. I'm going to tell you right now, Alazar, I love you, bro, but it's going to get bumpy more and more. Peace.
Hey, more. But Alazar is going to rebuttal the false prophet point, which is very logical. What Alazar is about to say. Just listen, watch.
All right. It's getting hot in here, y'all. Enjoying the information so far? All praise to the Most High. Okay. So now what everybody's going to have to do, what you guys are going to be tasked to do, is to go and do this. This the rebuttals. So you guys are going to be tasked that the information that comes out tonight, you guys got to go back and research and see how much of it is true and how much of it is not true.
Look, Alizar got that pseudo
Right,
information up there about
rounds,
Levi being
first.
tied to the word law.
All right, again, all praise to the Most High.
Yep.
All right.
Hey, but before Gorilla Hebrew says it, it's logical. Just because someone was wrong about one prophecy doesn't mean they can be they're automatically not right, or they're wrong in everything they say or every other prophecy, what have you. You know, I don't give a damn about none of the prophecies that these people claim they have. But the logic is still there. It's a straw man. Oh, this person was wrong about this. Could he be wrong about everything else? That doesn't automatically make you wrong about everything else. That just means he was wrong on that one point. And I agree with Gorilla Hebrew in that aspect. But the chart's still false. But Garfield, you got to show it's false. It's your job to argue the negative. You understand? I think both of the first rounds by both gentlemen was terrible in my opinion. Gorilla Hebrew kept giving a bunch of arbitrary, parameters to say who and who is not an Israelite. And you see on the screen, he has this terrible breakdown of the word, linguistic breakdown of the word law. And we all know, I just showed you the word law goes back to the Germanic word lagu, or an English word lay. It has nothing to do with Levi. So a lot of these arguments can easily be decimated, right? So, and then Garfield spent a lot of his time talking about the formation of Black Hebrew Israelites in America, Wentworth, and all these other characters. Like that has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with 12 Tribes chart, real or fake. I don't know why is it so hard for you guys to just debate the topic. Why is that so damn hard? Come on, man.
Talking about umpires.
All right, all praise to the Most High again. So, number one, we have to educate our brother Garfield. Number one, he's the one who has ever initially taught me about haplogroups, right? And this brother, he actually just made a faux pas in regards to haplogroups because he just said the R was European. When you research the R, it originates in Sudan and is prevalent in parts of Central and Western Africa, as well as Eastern Europe. So now, right? So now, if it doesn't?
Gorilla Hebrew, you are wrong. Haplogroup R does not originate in Sudan. You are absolutely wrong. You are demonstrably false. And anyone can do this. Just type in haplogroup R origin, and that will give you haplogroup R origin. That will give you the genesis of haplogroup R right here. It says haplogroup R originated in North Asia just before the last glacial maximum, 26 to 19,000 years ago. This haplogroup has been identified in the remains of a 24,000-year-old boy from the Altai region in South Central Siberia. So this is clear. Let me show you guys this. It does not start in Sudan. You said it originated in Sudan. That's a lie. This is where it started. And we have an ancient remain of a boy that lived in the Altai region, right? Which is funny because you're saying you're connected to Native Indians, and actually this ancient boy was connected to Native Indians because he's an ancient Siberian and ancient Native Indian people. Could have sprung from Siberia themselves. Right here, it says haplogroup R originated in North Asia just before the last glacial maximum, 26,000 to 19,000 years ago. This haplogroup has been identified in the remains of a 24,000-year-old boy from the Altai region in South Central Siberia. The individual belonged to a tribe of mammoth hunters that may have roamed across Siberia and parts of Europe during the Paleolithic. Autosomally, the Paleolithic population appeared to have contributed mostly to the ancestry of modern European and South Asians. The two regions where haplogroup R also happens to be the most common nowadays. R1b in Western Europe, which is most likely his haplogroup. He is a descendant of R1b. R1a in Eastern Europe and Central and South Asia, and R2 in South Asia. The oldest forms of R1b, M343, P25, L389 are found dispersed at low frequencies from Western Europe to India. At vast region could have roamed the nomadic R1b hunter-gatherers through the Ice Age. The three main branches, R1b1, all seem to have stemmed from the Middle East. The southern branch, R1b CVA8, is found mostly in Levant and Africa. The northern branch, R1b1A, P297, seem to have originated around the Caucasus, eastern Anatolia, and northern Mesopotamia. Then have crossed over the Caucasus from where they would have invaded Europe and Central Asia. So why majority of Western Europeans have R1b is because of this invasion of the Yamnaya during this period. So during the Bronze Age, this would have happened, and they would have carried over that DNA. They would have carried over, multiplied, and dominated Europe. And to this day, we see it because they got 60 to 80% of European men are R1b, M269. So when he said, "Oh, they come from Sudan," that's false. That is false. We have ancient remains showing these people were there. Your ancestors were in Europe and Northern Asia. They were not in the Sudan. All right. They don't originate in the Sudan. That's what I'm trying to tell you. All right. Let's get back to the video. All right. And I'm gonna give Gorilla Hebrew the benefit of the doubt. I don't think he knows that. And Garfield, you call people liars. I don't believe Gorilla Hebrew is a liar. Because a liar means he's purposely deceiving you. I think he's misinformed. Like Garfield, I think certain things that you are misinformed on. I don't think you just purposely lie unless you know the information and then you just want to deceive people. You understand? So this community misappropriates that word liar all of the time. When you're saying someone's a liar, you're saying they are purposely deceiving people. What you mean to say is that these people are misinformed or misinforming people, because I seriously doubt that Alazar Gorilla Hebrew took out the necessary time to learn about his ancestors. Those with the haplogroup R marker, learn about the Anaya, learn about the migration routes, and learn about the ancient samples that they find, the ancient bodies that they found with his Y chromosome marker. The only way you get a Y chromosome marker is through the act of sex and reproduction, and your father gives you a copy of his Y chromosome. So if you have Y chromosome R, you got it from another male that had Y chromosome R. Then you keep going back in time until the person who first had Y chromosome R. And those people don't come from the Sudan. But in this debate, he tried to say they originated in the Sudan, which is false.
So he told me to go get a DNA test. I went and got one from the source, where one of the sources he told me to get my twin, and that's what told me it was Sudanese. That's what told me it was Sudanese. So now he disagrees with the people who are in control of the information. What? But see, it's confusion, because when you talk about haplogroups, you talk about things that developed 14 to 18,000 years ago. You're talking to Bible believers, right? We believe that 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, everybody in the world descended from 6 people. So a haplogroup is meaningless to a Hebrew Israelite. Moreover, the population growth of the planet Earth is in direct flow with everybody descending from 6 people 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. Right. So actually, observable science disagrees with haplogroups, right?
That's not observable.
We'll go further, right?
How is that observable, Gorilla Hebrew? How is that observable that all people come from these two couples, or a couple, and 6,000 years ago, and then a flood happened 4,400 years ago. That's not observable at all. That's not empirical, brother. You can't, like, this is why I've been trying to debate people. Like, show me the flood happened 4,400 years ago. I want to debate someone on that, but no one wants to take it because they know they can't. But you're going to keep trying to force it down people's throat as if it's gospel. Show me all these people. Where all these people come from to build this so-called Tower of Babel? Where they come from? You guys said only 100 years elapsed. So within 100 years, you got a populace that is great in number and able to have a workforce to build the damn tower and build a meta population. Like, you don't explain nothing. Stop it. You guys don't explain anything. This is why I've been challenging Black Hebrew Israelites to explain this 4,400-year-old flood thing, man. Please.
He quoted somebody named Tudor Parfit, right? Y'all know who Tudor Parfit is? Y'all know what Tudor Parfit's Jewish, right? So wouldn't it make sense why he was trying to disqualify black people as Jews because he's trying to reinforce his people as the Jews? Come on, right? Let's go further. He said the Akan, they verified and they go back to the Bono state from 2000 BCE. I need you to prove to me that the Bono state existed in 2000 BCE, right? And if you have anything that's radiocarbon dated, man, come on, brother. You should know better than that. You should know better than that. The same dating system that told you a two-week dead seal was 6,000 years old? Are you kidding me? Radiocarbon, of course. This is what happens when you let white people come and dictate your information. When white people come and tell you your ancestors didn't know what they were talking about. That type of craziness happened.
You heard what he said? Alazar, you're white. You're very light complected. And then secondly, majority of your information is coming from white people too. So that doesn't make any damn sense. You're going to say that white people are inherently liars and then they can't, dictate your information. But a lot of your information comes from white people, man. And I literally mean white or European males, and you yourself being a descendant of a European. Like the irony in this. Where did you get that information about Native Americans being Israelites? What books did you get that from? Where do you get those quotes from? Who translated those so-called Mayan writings and those codexes and those codices? Don't play. Those are fucking white Europeans, man. From the Iberian Peninsula. So you just stabbed yourself. Like this was hypocrisy and self-defeating. You're doing this in a debate where points matter. I mean, this debate has been terrible so far, but you're not doing yourself any favors.
Right? But now let's keep going. He made a couple other points I want to deal with, right? So it's funny. So he used a YouTube clip of a guy I knew he would use. And if y'all notice something, did y'all notice the name of that brother who was talking about Abba Bivens made up the 12 tribe chart? What was his name? Naphtali bin Naphtali. How the hell that nigga know he from the tribe of Naphtali? Don't show me no clips. Don't show me no clips of some old hating ass niggas that's mad that their school couldn't build what One West was. That's all that is. An old hating ass nigga. Do you know how they used to tell people what tribe they were?
That's what everybody does, man. Everybody does this on the internet. I remember I was going on an onslaught on Garfield and his followers and everything saying he clout chasing. He just mad because he ain't got a channel like yours. He not. Everybody uses this same tactic, man. We go against tail. You clout chasing. You want to be like us. And no, maybe it's because we genuinely disagree with you and we look at the information. The information is not on your side, buddy. In this regard, Alazar, you're wrong, man. You're demonstrably false. We can show you empirical data, pretty much bashing that 12 tribe chart into pieces. You see what I'm saying? Stop it. Safik said the gall. I see, man. That was wise. Double entendre.
They were Garfield. They'll tell a nigga if he was a Capricorn what tribe he was. Oh, he's a Leo, he got to be a Judite. Here's the problem. My dad's a Capricorn and I'm a Scorpio. How me and my dad in a different tribe? That's what those niggas. So if you want to believe them and the tales that they tell on the internet,
you saw what that proves? They believe in the idea of paternal descent. If I'm Garfield in this debate, I would nail him on that. Because you're saying you are who your father is. So why don't you guys all have the same Y chromosome? Why do you find Native America was a haplogroup Q, which we know we can only get these haplogroups in Y chromosome through sex? You get a copy of it from your father. So I would have killed them on that. Garfield, you got to learn how to debate, man. I would have killed them on that. Everybody on that chart got different Y chromosomes, meaning everybody on that chart got different patrilineages, meaning they all can't go back to Jacob. Therefore, 12 tribe chart debunked, refuted. It's that simple.
Washed up in that has been. Well, then go ahead. I'm never gonna be that damn dumb. That's madness, right? Let's keep going. Let's keep going. And guess what? You're correct, Brother Garfield. REI is in fact a false prophet. The problem is REI became a false prophet decades after the revolution or the revelation of the chart. So anybody at any time can become a false prophet. Anybody at any time can go left. That doesn't undo what they did previously in their contributions. It doesn't make what they said before untrue. Another weak argument. Let's keep going. Right? So now he brought up how Whitworth was dealing with that white Jewish man.
I actually agree with him on that. I actually agree. Just because someone's false in one area doesn't mean they're false on all things. That's true. You understand? So I thought that was a very weak argument as well. But you're bringing up a lot of weak arguments too, Gorilla Hebrew. I'm going to have to keep it a buck with you. And the fact that you're even addressing these claims he made, if you're a real debater, what you would say is non sequitur. What does Wentworth, Rabbi Matthews have to do with the validity of the chart? Nothing. It has nothing to do with it. So what are you talking about? You understand? Both sides do this, man. Gorilla Hebrew off topic, the other brother off topic, Garfield off topic.
Is exactly why Abba Bivens got away from them and started One West because they were too Jewish. He saw that. He got the hell away from them. So that's yet another moot point, right? And what's interesting is he tries to credit all black and indigenous people's claimants to being Israelites, to white people introducing them that idea. But Ethiopians started the kingdom of Judah in 1000 BCE. I mean, 1000 AD, Salaki. They were claiming the kingdom of Judah all the way back then before a white man introduced that to any person of color. Make that make sense. With that, all praise to the Most High. You.
And ladies and gentlemen, he ended on a red herring because white men didn't introduce the idea of natives being and blacks being Israelites. And then you go to Ethiopia. Ethiopia is not talking about no damn Native Americans, man. That native we learned about Native Americans having some kind of connection to Israel through white people. Just give it up, man. And the only reason that's detrimental to you because you have a racist view that white people are inherently liars. Right? Because y'all teach this. I was a part of IUIC. You teach that they come from the womb. From the womb, they're liars. Y'all go to that scripture in Psalms. So white people are liars from the womb. So you're basically saying they're inherently liars, which is a very racist fucking view. So when Garfield says stuff like that, it hits different as the kiddos say today. It hits different because you go around, you spend most of your time saying that white people are inherently false, or you get your information for white men. Don't use the white man science, but the whole time you're using a lot of white people's sources to prove Native Indian Israelites, which is very hypocritical of you. It's like a double standard. Right? What's the rabbi name in the 16th century that tried to prove that the Native Indians are Israelites? I can't think of his name right now. A Jewish rabbi. It'll probably come to me later. And Garcias. See, Garcias, the first person that came with the D-Red, the first person to propose that land bridge But he also believed that the Native Indians were Israelites. Garcia is a white man, right? He just believed they came via Asia. That's actually where the Bering Strait theory first starts. It starts with Garcias. And Garcias never said they were anything different than Israelites. He thought they were Israelites as well. He just, looked at their Asian features, said, hey, these people must be related to Asians as well. So that information definitely comes from Western Europeans.
All right. It's getting spicy. Them rebuttal rounds are real spicy. Okay, Garfield. Okay.
Emotion. But before saying, hey, we the Israelites.
So the video is skipping all over the place for some reason. I don't know why. I think it's an editing job on Sonetta or whatever they did. But for some reason, certain portions of the video skip over itself. So just bear with me.
Ready? Okay.
Hey, peace and love. Hey, listen, I'm not gonna go to emotion and say white folks, because if I say to you, you have a problem with white folks information, make sure every source you have is from somebody black or Israelite for the rest of the evening.
That's a fact.
So don't play that race game. Oh,
that's a fact, because most of these sources that these black Hebrew Israelites use to try to, give validity to the chart come from white people. So it just make y'all look stupid, man. You have this racist view, but then you say, "Oh, you're using white people information," but you're using white people information, man. Stop it. We used to use a king in Europe's information to try to prove Mexicans were Israelites, man. Come on, man. Stop it, bro.
It's a white people information. I do agree to an extent that we have to be wary of who's bringing the information to us. You got the Bible, or we got the Bible in this world from white people, and we can't deny that. My point is, the white folks brought the Bible, and all of a sudden you guys saying, hey, we the Israelites of the Bible. So now what we're going to do is this for the rest of the evening, right? I'm going to state straight facts and deal with the facts and only facts, no emotion. But before I do that, let me deal with the Ashanti origins from what they say, which is the book by Osei Agiman Prempeh, who I said earlier. He's saying,
Masai Tawawa, are you saying I'm Satan?
The reason why the Lemba says that they're Jewish and they're black. So for you to knock him down because he's white, even if the Lemba is not Jewish, he's still pushing that them black people over there is Jewish. So we got to be careful. We got to be fair and not try to appeal to emotion by saying, hey, white folks say this, so it's wrong. He's the one that took the DNA test in 1999. I mean, now there's more information and there's Lemba revisited and all that stuff, but he's still rocking with them black folks, whether they're Hamites or Shemites or whatever they are. So we got to be careful with that, saying that we're going to knock down the work, because a lot of the people in Africa right now who are claiming that they're from tribes is because of him. They're getting recognition because of him and Edith Bruder, who don't look like none of us. So we got to be careful.
Hey, Messiah, I was going to tell you, I am Satan.
When you look at the work that Tudor Parfit does, and look at somebody like Ron Shields, and he's able to sit down and have meetings and Zoom calls with all these people, you're not going to look at race. You're going to look at the advancement of people claiming that they're Israel. They're actually respecting this right now. Before, they're just like, oh, them people crazy. So we got to be careful. And Tudor Parfit, one of them. But anyway, the source is Osei Agiman Prempeh II. He's the one.
That's right. I'm the great adversary.
The stuff to the Ashanti tradition. All right. The traditional power. Hold on a second. I know it truly to be the fact that in the ancient past, Ashanti people lived by Jerusalem and removed little by little to live again. He goes on to talk about the Ashanti. He goes on to talk about how they're either Egyptian. Not, as a matter of fact, not either Egyptian. They are Egyptians and they are Israelites. You make sense out of that for me. But he added it to the oral tradition, and that was the point that I was making. How much time do I have left, Daniel? 3 minutes? All right. So in the 3 minutes, you know what? Let me do this in the 3 minutes then, since I have 3 minutes. All right, nah, don't worry
Hey,
about
look
it.
at this cultic
All right, so
behavior
for the
by
3 minutes,
Mazal. Being against the
basically what
Most
you just
High is
talked
not
about, let me
wise.
just go over some of the stuff you talked about. You talked about
Going against BHI faulty logic and doctrines is not going against the Most High. The fact that you equate the two shows the cultic behaviors. Like you guys equate people like Gorilla Hebrew, One West, Tahar, all these people to actually being representatives of the Most High, and everything they're saying is not fallible. If that's the case, they're not fucking humans; they're robots. You understand?
Yeah, that is a good question. Can these human beings make mistakes? Can they say something that's wrong, or are they always 100% right? I do wonder.
Hey, more, give me your email, man. I'm gonna give it to you on Facebook. I usually
I can
email
send
it that
it
way.
to him through Facebook Messenger.
Yeah, send it to more. Yeah, that is a cultic mindset, man. Where if we say something against them, you're going against the Most High. Nathaniel used to do that. Nathaniel used to do that. Oh, if you go against the elders up here, then you going against the Most High. Come on, man, stop it.
your DNA R. The R marker does not come from Sudan. And anybody teach you that has lost your mind. Alizar, you have lost your mind tonight. The R marker, if you know African ancestry with Rick Kittles, the black guy, darker than me and Sarnetta, he owns African ancestry. He has the R marker, and it comes from Europe. Why does it come from Europe? Alizar, I don't think you should have told us your DNA results, buddy, because you might definitely not be an Israelite. You just exposed yourself. R is a European marker. That's what King James had. He had RM269.
You hear them saying
which goes
false?
to the Caucasus Mountains. So if you show us your Y marker tonight, I'll definitely tell you if you're an Israelite or not. You just kill your whole entire self tonight.
Yeah, Garfield's right about this. He did kill
I can't
himself.
believe you did that. R marker. Now, in northern
I sent it to you,
Cameroon,
more.
there is a R, and I have to be honest, a R1B.
Yeah, I got his email now. I
That's
sent
in
it to his
northern,
email.
that stems from V88. Alizar doesn't have that. And you might say, how do I know that? And I have read his DNA. All right. Ask Alizar before the debate is over to show his full DNA. I can't believe, oh my God, I can't believe you did that. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, we've been mixed. This is why the 12 tribe chart makes no sense.
Facts.
If Alizar's markers go to Europe,
Yeah, that's actually
what's going
true.
to happen? He's still going to run the camp. He's going to say DNA doesn't work. So
you notice when he starts talking about the DNA, now he's killing. Now he's actually speaking to the topic. 12 tribes chart, real or fake. He's arguing the negative, which he's saying is fake. And he's killing it because he brought up that you have R1B showing you that you guys are a mixture. Because most African Americans, he doesn't go into this, but most African American males would have some downstream marker of haplogroup E, but you have something completely different. And then you have Native Americans with Q, but you have a different marker. So you're dealing with a mixture of people, not a bunch of people that actually descend from one man that lived in the Bronze Age. It's impossible. And this is why this is one of his strongest talking points. You understand? Because most of the debate I've seen, Garfield was kind of like off topic and beating up straw mans. I was like, come on, man. Well, we got more in the building, man. You got something to say towards this part?
It's about time, fam. This should have been round one.
Exactly.
Like round one would have been a chart about just the distribution of DNA amongst the African Americans and people of African descent in African Americans, Latinos, and Native Americans in the Americas, right? We went over all the haplogroups. All right, break that one down. How they all got the same daddy, man?
Facts.
Round one.
That would have blew him out the water right there. He said Garfield won the debate because of this round. Yeah, it looked like because both of them do terrible throughout majority of the debate. You kind of like got to find something like this. Like when Judah Nats debated Chris Harris, I gave Judah Nats the debate because he at least had, he at least had one round that spoke to the topic. All right, let me let this play.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, Yo, family, look it up. Go on your phone right now, Google R, and tell me where it says come from. It don't come from no Sudan. It doesn't come from Sudan.
Hey, pause right there.
This is not this.
So in a debate, if you got to stop and tell the audience to Google something, bro, you're taking an L. Like, you should have already had that info as part of your slides. Like, you already know that R1B is part of the genetic makeup of the people you're talking about, right? Native Americans, Latinos, and Black people, and then this whole scheme of thing. You should have already had that up. Not like, oh, go look it up on the go Google it on your phone. No, fam, that's an L right there in the debate.
Yeah, you got to demonstrate and show and prove. And Garfield, you didn't do that. You should have went on your laptop because you got your computer loaded, and you could have just went to Google your damn self and just read it. You know what I'm saying?
This is why everybody needs to take a DNA test to know where you're from. My daughter took that DNA test and it popped up because, women don't have Y markers. They only have the mtDNA. But Ancestry.com told her that dude right there is your father. That dude right there, he got a connection to Jamaica. What years? Between 1800 and 1868 or whatever. DNA is very important, and the reason why the Israelites won't take DNA because it's going to expose the foolery. But anyway, I'm good.
Yeah, I heard the booze.
You can do all you want. That's a
Nah, but see, they said no source, no source. You got a point, man.
That is true. He didn't show it. His information was right, but he didn't show the source, man. That's the bad thing about it. And Garfield, you could have just easily went on your computer and showed something.
Like you say, fam, don't be a know-it-all, be a show-it-all, fam.
Facts.
Garfield, if you guys are not going to show slides in your rebuttal, then why switch computers?
Right.
No, because it's just wasting time.
No, I did show a source for that.
Oh, you did show one. Okay.
Then you go take your shots.
Really?
Yeah, y'all are taking shots.
All right, you show it. No problem. All right, Alizar.
Hey, you said Garfield wasn't prepared. We spoke with Garfield like a month or two before this, and he says, I'm not going to even deal with DNA. I said, all right, man, you need to deal with DNA. You're going to have to, because this is going to be a bridge that all One West camps are going to have to cross eventually. And it's the best proof that you can use to debunk this thing, man. You going tit for tat about Whitworth and REI and all that. That stuff is arbitrary, man. That's not going to help you get a definitive win. But if you show that these people don't all have the same patronymic, meaning they can't come back to the same male, it's game over, bro. It's game over. And you kind of touched on it with your rebuttal, but the icing on the cake wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? But then again, I said this in the beginning, this is kind of a trash debate.
You think Garfield was trying to let him live?
I don't. It's hard to say because I've seen Garfield in people in his camp debate terribly before. So I don't know if it's because of his lack of skill or what.
By the way, before you play the video, do you see Tanver? That's the best way I'm going to pronounce it. Tanver Ahmed comment.
Yeah, I've been ignoring the comments because they've been saying a lot of BS. But what is he saying here?
Well, he just said he said E is Hamitic, whether it was in the Levant or Africa. And they said, based on your E DNA theory, you're saying 90% of Africans are Israelites or related to them. And then Egyptian pharaohs are not Israelites. They would be Hamitic, and et cetera, et cetera. Most of the people in Ham's land is Shemitic.
Yeah, that makes no damn sense. What you're saying, we will say most of the people in Africa are Shemitic, And by that logic, they would be related to Israelites. But this point right here is just dumb because the Egyptian pharaohs that we know of have Eurasian markers like haplogroup R, right? And haplogroup R is Eurasian. So how the hell you gonna say they're ham too? Then everybody's ham. Stop it.
Yeah,
This is why you guys don't want to debate because you say stuff like that.
But yeah, I didn't know you was trying to ignore the comments. We can get back to it though.
Yeah. All right, so
are you ready? All right.
Where we at? Where we at?
Bring it out.
There we go. Okay, we ready? Hold on. Okay. Are we ready? Yes, sir.
Real quick, for those of y'all who would like to purchase any of Captain
or Jacob and Israel, Cuba, I will divide them. Okay, all right. All praise to the Most High. Come, Yashala. It's getting bad, folks. He done fumbled us. Let me just.
Let me say this real quick. I really want to just get through this damn debate, but right, a Shemite living in Africa is still a Shemite. In the term Africa, according to Jewish folklore and mythology, comes from a son of Shem that was living in North Africa. Doesn't make any damn sense. Anyway, back to this. Say it again.
Keep going. No, keep going. I was going.
Well, no, go ahead.
Well, I was just about to make a quick joke. I see, was it Mazel and Tanver? I'm just gonna say Tanver and Mazel. I wonder if those are the G-string twins.
Yeah, they probably are. Hit my email up, Tanver, and we can debate that live.
Yeah, that'd be a good debate.
Because this is the last time I'm gonna be responding to you.
And Mazel as well. He can be in the debate.
Yeah, anybody that want to debate, email me. We'll set up a debate, 3 rounds, 15 minutes in Q&A segment. We'll do it live on this channel, and we'll just compare notes, see who has the better argument.
Well, but just talk. I'm gonna just tell all these niggas something. Come on, man. Are you kidding me? For the record, yes, R is frequent in Europe, but it's also very present. All anybody got to do is Google it, look at the map, and look at the distribution.
Yeah, it is very, very frequent in Europe. I mean, 60% frequent in Europe, 80%, I think, in Western Europe. So R1B, and I'm not pausing this. This is an actual defect in the video. I don't know why parts of the video skip like this. Huh?
Who put this together? This video?
It's going to be all over Africa, pink, purple, etc., or whatever color they use. All right. Anyway, let's get back to some real scholarship. Next slide. Genesis 49:6. I will divide them and scatter them in Israel. Next slide. It's important, right?
Notice he said, let's get back to some real scholarship. And he went to a verse and gave an interpretation of it. And then he went to this 12 tribes chart. This is real scholarship to Al-Azhar. I'm like, yo.
Black people, Latino people, Native Indian people. Remember, the Levites are scattered amongst these people, right? Next slide. The Haitian diaspora. Haiti has a sizable diaspora, present majority in the United States, Dominican Republic, Cuba, Canada, France, including the French Caribbean territories, the Bahamas, Brazil, and Chile. They also live in other countries like Belgium, Turks and Caicos, Mexico, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, among others. Next slide. More on the Haitian diaspora. Rapidly emerging Haitian populations have been popping up in Colombia, Panama, Costa Rica, Argentina, Jamaica, Barbados, Guyana, and Trinidad and Tobago, among other places in the region.
So a Haitian, the whole transatlantic slave trade is a diaspora of African people throughout the Americas. So does that make them Levite as well? Doesn't make any damn sense, man. He's saying a Haitian diaspora happened, therefore that proves they're Levites because Levites will have to be scattered amongst all the people or the tribes. But wouldn't that be the same? That statement will apply to all Western Central African people that came over here because all of them were scattered. They went to the Circum-Caribbean and then redistributed or exported. A lot of people don't know that. In slavery, a lot of people were being sold and re-exported from the Caribbean. So they'll go from the Caribbean to South America, Central America, and North America, right? So does that mean since the Western Central Africans in general were scattered that they're all Levites? This is arbitrary. You cannot prove this, man. And it applies to more than just Haitians.
Next slide. Right? Where is there a very notable presence of Haitian people in the Haitian diaspora? The United States, where Judah, Gad, and Reuben are. Dominican Republic, where Simeon is. Cuba, where Manasseh is. The Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, U.S. Virgin Islands, Jamaica, Barbados, Guyana, Trinidad, where Benjamin is. Brazil and Colombia, where Asher is. Argentina.
This is a false premise. So when in this debate did Guerrilla Hebrew establish for a fact that the people of the DR, which is, African and European, mostly, are Simeon? And then when did he establish that the people in the United States are Judah, Gad, and Reuben? When did he establish that? Cuba. When did he establish this in this debate that the people of Cuba are Manasseh? When did he establish that? Right? We're just supposed to assume all this is true for his argument to work. And then he says the Brazilians, Virgin Islands, Jamaicans, the Bahamas, all the tribe of Benjamin. When was this established? Where's the proof for that? Where's the evidence for that? Brazil and Colombia, Asher. Where's the proof of that? Argentina and Chile are Naphtali. Now, we all know Argentina is 97% European. 97% European because they took blanqueamiento to a new level and reduced Native and African peoples there. And they're saying that that's Naphtali. Well, you have a huge problem. Mexico is Puerto Rico, Ephraim, which is largely European as well. The Panama, Costa Rica, Zebulon. When did he establish that these people were these people that he's claiming them to be?
Did he establish it by prophecy?
I don't even think he established it by prophecy. I haven't seen it yet in this debate. I haven't seen it. This is my second time watching it too. I don't even think he did it with prophecy. He threw some scriptures up there and just said some stuff, but
I mean, like using what Ariel is the prophet in that sense. Like, was he saying like the 12 tribes came from the prophet, therefore that's what establishes the tribe, etc. Because I missed it up and around.
He focused on Genesis 49 and Deuteronomy 33, where it says that he was making a connection with the Akan and the Haitian people.
So he's proving that Haiti's Levi. He's not proving the 12 tribe chart.
Yeah, I mentioned it. His first round was all about Haiti being Levi. I was like, oh my god. And I'm pretty sure the Akan people went to some of these other areas as well that he's not calling Levi. So
that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're a Khan and you went to North America, right? How are you Judah and not Levi? Like, are you still Levi? Like, how does that work?
That doesn't make any sense. So I guess the Akan people from Ghana, the Ghanaian people, only went to one location. We know that's not true. It's not true. You got a problem on your hands, Guerrilla Hebrew. Got a problem.
In Chile, where Naphtali is, Mexico, where Issachar is, Puerto Rico, where Ephraim is, Panama and Costa Rica, where Zebulon is. Oh, wait, wait. Hold on. Before we explode, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 of these tribes, 11 of these groups of blacks and Hispanics is where Haitians are scattered amongst. You can't find anybody else that's like that in the world. Nowhere in the world. Now y'all can clap.
It's a faulty premise. Like, first you had established that these people were the actual 12 tribes. Then you said, well, Haitians are scattered amongst them, therefore they are the Levites. Like you building a false premise and then stacking false premises on top of each other. You're not proving anything. It's just another claim that it's called an auxiliary hypothesis. That's what this is called.
First and foremost, it's Nigerians everywhere, fam.
Right.
It's Nigerians in China, my G.
Man. Yeah.
Everywhere.
Yeah, that's a fact. Are they Levites too? Oh, they're not Levites because they got to be specifically scattered in these American countries. Watch this. I'm going to show you. This is what this is called. I don't even know if I should even give it a scientific term, but I'm going to give you an example of this. It's called an auxiliary hypothesis. The assumptions of or auxiliary hypothesis of a particular test are all the hypotheses that are assumed to be accurate in order for the test to work as planned. And it's pretty much what he did. He gave you an assumption, and they gave you another auxiliary assumption to back up that assumption. So we're just dealing with a bunch of assumptions and no real proof or no real evidence. And this is what you see that's pervasive in the Black Hebrew Israelite community. All right, let's pull this back up, play this video.
So now we spent round one proving who the Levites are. Now we show where the Levites are scattered, and wherever the Levites are scattered, those are all the Israelites. You see how that works, right? Next slide, right?
So we prove. So basically, he quote unquote proved that the Levites are Haitians, and Haitians can be found everywhere. Therefore, that pretty much validates the 12 tribes chart. That's his whole angle, bruh. Garbage.
Are the Israelites the people who are broke up and reunited in oppression? Thus saith the Lord of hosts. The children of Israel and the children of Judah were oppressed together. Anybody could do the history. The children of Israel and the children of Judah, they broke up. But now they're someplace being oppressed together. Blacks and Latinos. Next slide. The people who are in the trap, in jail, preyed upon that no one cares about. Isaiah 42 and 22. But this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all snared or trapped in holes. They're all in the trap, and they are hid in prison houses. Everybody knows who the majority of people in the prison. Go to Rikers Island, man. What you gonna see, right? They are for a prey, and none delivereth, for a spoil, and none saith restore. No one cares. No one's trying to give reparations, etc.
Hey, Avery.
Right? Next slide. These are the people who.
Avery.
Hey, what's up?
So Jacob could have had haplogroup P
to make the Levites R1B and the rest of Israel Q.
Yeah.
Not a bad model if he wants to go with that. The only problem is
he gonna have to say Jacob was haplogroup P, and therefore Q and R are brothers on the phylogenetic tree to make all this resonate, you know.
Make Europeans Israelites and make Native Americans Israelites. He need to hook up with British Israelism. They got tons of info on our being Israelites.
Facts.
Whose enemies conspire against them and want to exterminate them. Psalms 83 and 3-4. They have taken crafty counsel against our people and consulted against our hidden ones. They have said, come and let us cut them off for being a nation, that the name of Israel be no more in remembrance. It's very important to understand these are the people that the Haitians are scattered amongst, different groups of Black and Latino people. Next slide. The people who have state-sponsored program to kill their babies, just like the Israelites in ancient Egypt, right? Next slide, right? These people, Black, Latino, and Native Indian people. That's who the Levites are scattered amongst, which makes them the Israelites. Next slide. Right? The people who have had their identity and culture stolen and assume Revelation 2:9. I know thou works in tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. It's very important to understand that somebody is assuming and has stolen the identity of the Israelites, right? Read next slide. And it's told the Israelites this. They've been called, they have a lot of babies, but they've been called everything but a child of God. Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea. What are Blacks and Latinos renowned for? Are we not even made fun of for how many babies we have, especially them damn Puerto Ricans and Mexicans? So about all them Puerto Rican and Mexican babies, right? The people who shall be as the sand of the sea. You can't even tell me how many damn undocumented Haitian, Jamaican, Mexicans is in this damn country, right? Which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, ye are not my people, you're just a nigga and a spick, you're just black, you're just Latino. In the place where it was said unto them, you are not my people, there it shall be said unto them, ye are the sons of the living God. Who are we? Who are we? Who are we? And that's what the 12 tribe chart is about. Next slide. Deuteronomy 28 and 37, and thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations, whither the Lord shall lead thee. And this is where we get all of these names that are on the one side of the chart, are so-called names, right? Next slide. Isaiah 65 and 5. And ye shall leave your name for a curse unto my chosen. We left our name. We left being called Israelites. That's why we have to have it reintroduced to us through that chart, right? We left our name for a curse under my chosen, for the Lord God shall say and call his servants by another name. That's all these names we call ourselves now. Black, Latino, Haitian, Jamaican, Mexican. Those are these other names, right? Next slide. Right? These people. Next slide. Right? So now let's go to Ezekiel 37, which is the actual scripture about the 12 tribes chart, right? Starting at verse 15. The word of the Lord came unto me, saying, moreover, thou son of man, take thee one stick. Right? When you look that word stick up in the Hebrew, it's actually a word plank, resembling the 12 tribe chart that we have. And write unto it write upon it for Judah and the children of.
Did y'all hear that, man? When you look at the Hebrew where it says stick, is actually a word plank, resembling the 12 tribes chart that we have. Now, I've heard this before. I think GMS taught this, that actually this is talking about the 12 tribes chart. Because there's a plank, and we use a plank to put the 12 tribes chart on. So people are actually looking at Ezekiel 37, 15 through 22 in real time once they go to a camp and they see the actual chart. Madness. This is garbage, bro. This is garbage. So we got to go off that assumption and take it for face value that you're telling the truth, Alizar, and everything you're saying is correct. Again, this is not demonstrating an argument. This is just you giving a bunch of proclamations and pretty much making us swallow them and take them as face value.
Reminds me of someone we just got done debating not so long ago.
It should remind you of all BHIs, actually. Internet Jews, and they all do this.
Of Israel, his companions. Then take another stick and write upon it for Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and for all the house of Israel, his companions, both kingdoms. And join them one to another into one stick, and they shall become one in thy hand. And when the children of thy people shall speak unto thee, saying, wilt thou not show us what thou meanest by these? So literally, God told the prophet to make this chart, to make people ask questions and inquire. What does this mean? What do you mean African American is Judah?
Wait a minute. So the Most High instructed Ezekiel to make a chart so the people can, inquire about what's on the chart. Oh, what do you mean? The Black Americans are Judah. What do you mean Jamaicans? Come on, brother. Are you serious? You think that Ezekiel, that probably lived sometime in the Iron Age, right, was given a vision of Aria and One West and the chart, explaining to people on the streets, this is complete garbage. Complete garbage.
What do you mean Jamaicans are Benjamin? What do you mean Haitians are Levi? This is exactly what's supposed to happen, right? This debate is exactly what's supposed to happen according to the Bible, right? What meanest by these? Say unto them, thus saith the Lord God, behold, I will take the stick of Joseph.
So to add validity to his argument, the Bible, the 12 tribe chart is a fulfillment of prophecy in Ezekiel, the 37th chapter. And to him, by making that claim, that means that it is true, because prophecy is the golden standard to these guys. So therefore, if I say it's prophecy, then therefore it's true. It can't be questioned. If you question it, then you're going against the Most High. This is how these people think.
which is in the hand of Ephraim and the tribes of Israel, his fellows, and will put them with him, even with the stick of Judah, and make them one stick, and they shall be one in thy hand. It's about a reunification of the two kingdoms, the reunification of blacks and Hispanics, right? Verse 20, and the Lord God, behold, I will take the children of Israel from among the heathen, whither they be gone, and will gather them on every side. So now it's about that reunification, and it's about that salvation of our people. That's why we got the 12 tribe chart. On every side, and bring them into their own land, and I will make them one nation in the land upon the mountains of Israel, and one king, Hamashiach Yahushua, shall be king to them, and they shall no more be two nations, neither they be divided into two kingdoms anymore at all. That's what the chart is all about. So what we're doing with those pictures, with those names, with those faces, with this debate is exactly what's happened. It's all a symbol of our reunification and our salvation. Next slide. Zechariah 11:4. It's important because there was a previous prophecy in regards to the stick and it being broken. Zechariah 11:4. Then I cut asunder my other staff, even bands, that I might break the brotherhood between Judah and Israel. So the brotherhood between us was broken. So this 12 tribe chart we have actually symbolizes the restoration of said brotherhood, right? Next slide, right? These people. Next slide. Revelation 7:4-8. This is important. And I heard the number of them which were sealed, and there were sealed 144,000 of all the tribes of the children of Israel. Of the tribe of Judah were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Reuben were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Gad were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Asher were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Naphtali were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Manasseh were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Simeon were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Levi sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Issachar was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Zebulun 12,000. Joseph 12,000. Benjamin 12,000. This is a very important verse in the Bible that we oftentimes look over. And the next slide is going to explain why. Next slide. In verse 5, Judah, Gad, and Reuben are mentioned together, and they all happen to be next to one another in the U.S.
I heard him say this a couple of years ago. I was like, okay, that's interesting. So what he's going to do is Revelation 7, he's going to say that the way Revelation 7 lists out the tribes is how they are plotted here in the Americas. So as you heard him say, Gad and Reuben are close to each other. That's why they're labeled each other, because Gad, according to them, is North American Indian, and Reuben is a Seminole Indian, which makes no damn sense. But hey, that's them.
USA. In verse 6, Asher and Naphtali are mentioned together. They both happen to be next to each other in South America. In verse 6 and 7, Manasseh, Simeon, and Levi are all mentioned together, and Cuba and Hispaniola are their own respective closest neighbors in the islands. In verse 7 and 8, Issachar and Zebulun are mentioned together sequentially, and they border each other in Central America. Also in 8, the remaining neighboring Caribbean island tribes of Benjamin and Ephraim are mentioned in sequence. Coincidence? I think not. I would contend that this was the very purposeful doing of the Creator Yahweh, naming the tribes and where they would be in the West in the last days in a deliberate geographical sequence in an order previously unprecedented anywhere else in Scripture.
You lied, Alazar. Well, I don't know if you know this, but that makes sense why they're listed like that. Gad and Reuben, they both got the same land allotment in Israel. And then you got Simeon and Levi. We know why they were listed with each other. They're brothers. This doesn't help your argument at all. Again, this is another arbitrary argument, not backed up by anything, but a claim that you made. Issachar and Zebulun, they're mentioned together in the book of Deuteronomy. That makes sense. They're even called brothers in that scripture, in that verse. So for the writing style to be the same here in Revelation is not shocking. It's damn sure not a smoking gun for your 12 tribes chart, premise. Oh my God.
I ain't do this by mistake. The Most High sealed the 12 tribes in the book of Revelation.
And Benjamin and Ephraim are the two youngest sons.
Next slide, right? Oh, tribe of Simeon, right? So again, when we go to Genesis 49, it says, Simeon and Levi are brethren, instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. O my soul, come not thou into thy secret. Unto their assembly mine honor, be not thou united. That's important. Simeon and Levi are being cursed by Jacob here to not be united. Next slide. We've already demonstrated who the Levites are. Who are they divided from? What is the worst beef between two cultures in all the Caribbean and Latin America? Haitians and Dominicans. They write papers about that. Right. You see that? All that goes on between the Haitians and that's why. Because our forefather cursed and said, be thou not united. So we're not united. Right? Next slide. That's who Simeon is. The tribe of Issachar. So-called Mexicans. Next slide. Right. Here's what's interesting. Y'all see this right here?
You know, he's really proven British Israelism because when you think about it, can we use that same argument for Ukraine and Russia?
They're divided. You can use that for a lot of people. You can use that for the Visigoths. You know, I mean, pick a period of time where people were divided that were in close proximity. I mean, does that apply to the Han dynasty as well? Like, what's the limit to this?
All of Europe during World War I and II.
Was America,
I'm telling you, bro.
Levi and Simeon during the Civil War? What about South Korea and North Korea?
Yeah.
Like
the Axis powers versus the Allies.
Right. What about what is it? Thailand? It used to be a part of China, mainland China.
Oh yeah, Thailand. Yeah.
Yeah, Thailand used to be the mainland China. They're Simeon and Levi too.
They're the Israelites.
They're not united. Like that's just again a bunch of you know what I'm saying, religious mumbo jumbo. We're supposed to just take your word for it without you demonstrating any of this.
It's a map of Mexico. Y'all read that right there? What that town name is? Issachar. So wait a minute. There's a city in Mexico. They call it Issachar. See that? Next slide.
How far back in time that name goes.
Issachar de Matamoros is a city in Issachar de Matamoros municipality located in the southwestern part of the Mexican state of Puebla. Puebla is Spanish for village. So basically this place is called the village of Issachar. It's located in the heart of Mexico, not far from the current capital of Mexico City and ancient capital of Tenochtitlan, right? That's important. Next slide. The Nahua language itself has been shown to have many Hebraic Semitic roots and can be traced to northwest Palestine.
That's a white man's source.
The Israelite tribe of Issachar settled.
You told me earlier not to use, you told Garfield not to use white man's sources. It says the something migration to North America by Robert. What does that say? Robert Moment, UC Riverside.
With people like this, you got to really fact check and like look up this book and this quote to see if it's really said what it really saying. Because remember when he said that King Tut and Akhenaten had E1B1A? This dude could legit just be making up his own sources.
There are sources that try to tie Nahuatl or Nahuatl, or however you say it, to Hebrew. So those sources exist, like Zachariah Sitchin's work exists. I don't think those sources are all the way valid. But I just I wanted to point out also that he's breaking his own rule that he made for Garfield.
Okay, and this ain't no random website. This is right from a professor at University of California at Riverside, right? Next slide. First Chronicles 12 and 32, and the children of Issachar, which were men that had understanding of the times, to know what Israel ought to do, the heads of them were 200, and all of their brethren were at their commandment. Next slide. Azteca, from the Hebrew word az meaning time and taka meaning assembly, right? Because they had an understanding of time, so that's what they called themselves. Next slide.
I came up with that breakdown. I hate that I did.
Here's what's interesting. Speaking of time,
he took my breakdown of that word. And that's when I was trying to make sense of everything. I was like, oh, the word az means time. Az or O's or whatever in Hebrew. And Teka means people. So I've had put those two together. Oh, maybe the Aztecs mean people of time. Y'all know y'all got that from me.
But didn't the Aztecs, weren't they cannibals? Didn't they eat their war captives? Captives? Their hearts and stuff and all.
Yeah, they did. They did that. They ripped the heart out. They did a lot of things that became as, you know, pagan. But West Africans did as well. Like something's gonna be brought up about Garfield. And I was like, those are moot points because anybody could, you know, perform wicked acts or what you call pagan acts. So I mean, all people did it.
I guess. I suppose.
You said, I guess. Israelites did
I
a lot of
know the
wicked
Fulani
stuff.
didn't though.
The scripture say the scripture says in Hosea that they ate their sacrifices.
Wait, the scripture said what?
In the book of Hosea, it says Israelites ate their own sacrifices.
Yeah, like animal sacrifice, right?
No, humans. Yeah, it's in Hosea. What I think the 7th chapter. I know because
Nah,
I
those
used
were
to
Canaanites.
use that scripture and say, "Oh, this is why the Aztecs do this thing, man." It says it right here, the Northern Kingdom would do stuff like that. So a lot of time they can't BS me because I've already been down that road. I traveled that road. I got a T-shirt. I got souvenirs. So I know these talking points already. I'm familiar with them.
Time. Interestingly enough, the end of the Mesoamerican long count calendar subscribed to by the Aztecs, which brought forth many 2012 end of the world conspiracy theories, was actually the end of a 144,000 day cycle, which started in 1619. Now that's very interesting. The Mexicans, the ancient Mexicans knew that in 144,000 days from 1619, things would begin to change. You know what happened around this time? Right after this, we go into 2013, man. There was a real resurgence of Hebrew Israelites, man. Not like there was before. I came in the truth in 2008, right? Nobody knew what the hell a Hebrew Israelite was in 2008. Niggas like, what is this nigga, a Muslim? Right? But guess what? Now, think about it from now in the last 14 years where Israel has come. Interesting, but again, I just found it real interesting that they start the clock in 1619 and it's 144,000 days. That's a hell of a coincidence, right? Next slide. Deuteronomy 33, 18 and 19. Issachar and our tents, they shall call the people unto the mountain. They shall offer sacrifices of righteousness, for they shall suck of the abundance of the seas. Right? My fault, Garfield. You good. They shall suck of the abundance of the seas and of the treasures hid in the sand. So remember, Issachar, the abundance of the seas and the treasures hid in the sand. Remember that. Next slide. Most of Mexico's natural resources are below the soil or hid in the sand, right? Mexico has large deposits of silver, copper, salt, phosphor, iron, manganese, sulfur, phosphate, zinc, tungsten, molybdenum, whatever that's called, mercury, gold, and gypsum. Petroleum is the country's most valuable mineral resource. Most other reserves have been discovered along the Gulf Coast, either inland or in the Gulf of Mexico. So Issachar was going to have things under the sea, riches under the sea, and this is what the Mexican have. Next slide, right? Balthazar de Domina in the Chronicle de la Santa Provincia de San Diego de Mexico in 1682 said, the Mexicans are originally of the 10 tribes captured by Solomon Nassar of the family of Issachar. Next slide, right? Friar Pedro Simon also attested to the Mexicans being descendants of the lost tribe of Issachar.
He's using white people sources. He said earlier, you letting the white man dictate your information. He said that to Garfield. Now he's using Friar Pedro Simon. I'm pretty sure that this is a white man. And Balthazar is a white man. I'm pretty sure. Facts. This is all conjecture. This is what we call pontificating. This is what this is, pontificating. Pontificate, to express one's opinions in a way considered annoyingly pompous and dogmatic. That's what it means to pontificate. I'll put it in the chat. All right, let's play the rest of this.
Issachar and his letters to Francisco Ecano, right? With that, I'll yield the rest of my time. All praise you. How about Shemi Awasha?
All right. It's getting good. It's getting good. Also, brothers and sisters, be sure if y'all could to patronize the store. Monique was, nice enough to allow us to come to her store and stay open late night and, do this debate. So let's support the sister as well. All right. Garfield, let me know when you're ready to go, bro.
He needs some milk. Doctor.
She's over there taking in a few. It is over, but
All right. I noticed he didn't come back and talk about the haplogroup R. It's actually rooted in North Asia.
There you go. There you go, more.
Just for clarity, the brother asked for a source, and R is spread it out, but R is primarily a European marker in this vicinity of the world. Just for the record, you have R1B and you have R1A. Whatever you have, I don't know what you have, so I won't jump out the window, but R is rooted in Northern Asia, according to this source. All right? Let me address that. All right, moving on.
He did enough.
So now let's talk about this. Are the 12 tribes
Garfield, you did enough.
people, are they fictional characters? All right, watch this. Anybody in here familiar with the Medes? Yeah. Anybody familiar with the Persians? Yeah. Anybody familiar with the Romans? Anybody familiar with the Hellenistic Greeks?
Not sequitur, bro.
Anybody familiar with the Assyrians?
Yeah.
Anybody familiar with the Israelites? Yeah. All right. Now, Medes Empire. Let's take a look at it.
No, he's going to vocab alone.
My bad, Moore. I was trying to get that. What you saying, Moore?
No, I was reading like comment. He said vocab Malone's rap album is better than this.
All right, shut it down. That's right. Shut it down. The most I guess he stopped for a minute. All right.
Come on, Garfield. Don't make me say you lost. Don't make me say you lost, man. Hey, look. Yo, that's childish, man.
It's over, bro. It's over.
Sitting right here.
Let me get to the part where he starts debating. There we go.
Jacob's 12 sons provide a legendary basis for the 12 tribes of Israel and the framework for genealogies and folk tales related to those tribes. One need look no further than the names themselves to see that most of them are not personal names, but the names of ethnic groups, geographical regions, and local deities. Example, Benjamin, son of the south, the location of its territory relative to Samaria, or Asher, a Phoenician territory whose name may be an allusion to the goddess Asherah. The monument of the eponymous heroes. This is something that's done in history, where people write down 12 tribes, and these 12 tribes are what you call eponymous heroes. If you look here, there's grave sites, but these people are not real, representing the 10 tribes and the 12 tribes. All right, was Abraham an eponymous ancestor like the Greek heroes? If you look in Genesis, and you look at, and people might say, why am I talking about Abraham? Because Abraham is the root of Jacob. He's the grandparent. If you look at the problems in Genesis, what archaeology and anthropology and history have done is that Dan is mentioned by Abraham, but we know Dan didn't exist at the time. Ur of Chaldees.
So what Garfield's doing is he's doing a commercial for his next book, because this is what his next book is going to be based upon, is the concept of the eponymous ancestor thing.
Yeah.
So he's not really debating right now. He's like, this is why he didn't stick to it. He's just not. Bro, I see what you're doing, Garfield, bro.
Wait, and Garfield, bro, like, don't do this shit again, man. Like,
he's doing book promotion. That's all it is, bro. It's book promotion. You know what I'm saying?
I get what he's trying to say. He's trying to say if I get rid of the concept of 12 tribes, you can't have a 12 tribe chart. That's his whole thing. But here's the problem. If you even get rid of the concept of 12 tribes, the nation of Israel still exists, and these people are claiming that they descend from them. So you still have to meet them at that argument.
Mm-hmm.
You're just completely ignoring the argument here, which is bad.
also is mentioned in the Abraham story, but it wasn't mentioned at the time. In the kings in Genesis 14, none of them have been confirmed as real kings. I'm talking about Charlemagne, Raphael, whoever you see has not been confirmed as real kings in history. The Philistines couldn't have met Abraham because the Philistines didn't exist or wasn't even in the area at that time. Abimelech was not a king or a leader, because that his name is actually, it's a title, couldn't have met Abraham because Philistines weren't in the area at that time period of where Abraham was. The Philistines came in at the 13th century BC. Camels weren't domesticated. They were camels, but they weren't domesticated at the time of Abraham. The Hittites didn't come into the region until 1650. The Arameans, 12th century BC. Solomon Gomorrah never existed. Beersheba, he couldn't have named Beersheba because Beersheba was named or existed as a city, 12th century BC. Why would a real person be attached to fake stories? The question is sometimes asked whether it is reasonable to assume that Israelites would have told stories about imaginary ancestors. Why would ancient Israelites have accepted traditions about these people if they were not fact real? The truth is, however, that we have plenty of examples in the ancient world where mythological figures, including divinities, were understood to be real. This slide is for Captain Tazariak, a little inside joke. With Abraham 175, Isaac 180, Jacob 147, they all factor to the numbers add up mean 17. But anyway, let's look at this right here. This is the 12 tribes right here. In Genesis 49, Deuteronomy 33, Judges 1, Judges 5, Joshua 13, 19. In Judges 5, Deborah is missing 5 tribes. It's one of the oldest writings in the history of the Bible. It's considered one of the oldest writings. In Judges 1, 3 tribes are missing. In Deuteronomy 33, Simeon is missing. In Joshua 13 to 9, they list 14 tribes. If the tribes of the Bible are really just geographic locations, ethnic groups, and local deities who creative writers made them eponymous ancestors, then how are you related to them? Why 12 tribes? The number 12 had great significance for the biblical authors in Israel, particularly within the religious sphere. The highest priest had 12 gems inlaid in his pectoral. The tabernacle bread consisted of 12 loaves. Offerings were brought on 12 oven. Cultic vessels were numbered in 12. All right, let's look at the Battle of Megiddo in Judges 5 just to prove my point. If you notice, in the battle with Song of Deborah, she has all the tribes that came out and helped her. Ephraim, Benjamin, she says Mashir, Zebulun, Issachar, Naphtali. The tribes that didn't come were Reuben, Gilead, Dan, and Asher.
Well, she just cut his point with the Deborah song, because Finkelstein talks about the Deborah song being something that could have been composed in the 11th century BCE. And if we're saying it was dated to that time, that they knew the concept of tribes. And the way it's written, they've written that these people were tribes that come from these Issachar, and then we follow that logic, then they probably did come from males that had that name. So I don't know why he even brought that up. But this is not even the nature of the debate. The nature of the debate is 12 tribes chart, real or fake. I know they're trying to put the axe to the root of the tree, but it's not working in your favor.
So now you may ask yourself, why isn't Judah, Simeon, and Levi there? It's a question that scholars have been asking. Why is it Judah, Simeon, and Levi, the southern tribes, are not on that list? If it's supposed to be a 12 tribes list or a representation of all the tribes in Israel at the time. Why didn't Deborah mention Judah, Simeon, and Levi? It can't be because they were located far from the battlefield. A quick glance at the map of the tribal allotments at the back of your Bible will show that Reuben had further to come than Judah and Simeon, and yet were called out for not answering the summons. Why not call out Judah and Simeon since they were closer? The answer is quite simple. The area of Judah, i.e. the hill country south of Jerusalem and the northern Negev, was practically empty in the 12th century BC. The song reflects the reality of the day. There wasn't a Judah for Deborah to call on. Simeon being landlocked within Judah falls into the same category. They just didn't exist.
See? So what you also doing, Garfield, is giving historical validity to Deborah, the Song of Deborah, and this mentioning of the tribes, because look where it's dated to, 12th century BCE. And you'll be getting docked on this because where's the citation at, Garfield? That's terrible. Always properly cite your sources.
Judah, hold on a second. Judah, Benjamin, Levi, all have the same ethnic groups. What is Ariel using to determine these guys? Please don't say prophecy. And there's a prophecy, my brother, I've been asking him to answer.
That's a good point.
regarding Ezekiel, Jeremiah, and Isaiah. Since we know Ariah is a false prophet, you heard it here first. Ezekiel, Jeremiah, and Isaiah all prophesy against Egypt that there would be a destruction by Nebuchadnezzar. For the last 5 years, I asked my brother to answer that prophecy, and he said, I'll get back to you. Let's see what he'll do tonight. So if you're going to use prophecy as a cop-out, at least respond to that first one. All right. This is what's called the Viceroyalty of Peru. Before there was a name Colombia, before there was a name Chile, before there was a name Argentina, there was the Viceroyalty of Peru. So how are you going to get a tribe, Alazar, if none of those places had a name? They was all under one rulership called the Viceroyalty of Peru. So there was no Colombia, there was no Chile, Argentina. Come on, man. Let's get it. Before there was a Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, Panama, Bolivia, Chile. They were all under one banner, which makes no sense for Asher, Naphtali, and Zebulon. These borders are modern day white folks. You're talking about white folks. These are modern day white folks rejoined maps. So they couldn't be a part of no prophecy or some vision because they never existed.
That's a good
These
point
are modern
there.
day names, just like the Caribbean people. Jamaica is now a British colony, but it was originally Spanish. So how do you determine who we are if our root is really Spain and not Britain? How do you make a tribe out of Benjamin? Anyway, the Captaincy General of Guatemala.
He chopping them up with basic
Costa
logic
Rica
and reasoning.
Anybody from Costa Rica here? I'm here to tell you that you never existed as a culture before the white folks decided to have some people get independence and call themselves Costa Rica. Look at all these name changes. This is why I know Ariel's chart don't make no sense. It don't make no sense because now you have cultures. You say Dutch West Indies. What about the cultures who were like Sweden? Sweden had people in the Caribbean, and Dutch colonies were lost. Some of them taken over by Spain, some of them taken over by the British. How do you determine which tribe they are? That don't make any sense. Again, the Captaincy General of Guatemala existed before those names existed. So how are you going to say that they're different tribal people? And by the way, to all these people are the Mayan people, the indigenous people are Mayans, and Mayans existed way before you left out of captivity in Assyria. So I don't know how you're claiming Mayans are connected to Israel when they existed in this country way before the Assyrian exile. Makes no sense.
You're making good points, but you need to put those points on the screen, Garfield. You need to put those points on the screen, but you're making a great argument because you're showing that these lines of delineation that they're using to make the 12 tribes chart didn't exist in these colonial times. So it makes the argument even more arbitrary because you say, okay, we know where Asher begins and ends based off of modern day maps and cartography. But these same people and the ancestors of these people were there in that place before those lines were even created and drawn up. So that is a great argument. You on point, Garfield. I was getting scared there for a minute. You know what I'm saying? But you brought it back full circle, and you gave a good point of contention there. That pretty much, just using logic and reasoning and showing the delineations on the map doesn't make any sense. I get you. I get you.
Tribe of Judah. How much time I got left, brother?
5.5 minutes.
All right, so here we go. If we look at the population segment of Judah, and the reason why Judah is not in the Song of Deborah, ladies and gentlemen, and the reason why they date it so early, because it's written in ancient biblical Hebrew, probably like a Canaanite form. And what happened is the words that are written in the Bible for Song of Deborah shows it's ancient and not regular biblical Hebrew. So that's how they date Song of Deborah as an oral tradition from like 11th century BC. So what happened is Judah at that time wasn't popping. It wasn't popping. It's just like you have the 13 colonies now, right, in America. Then they became 50 states. The rest of the states wasn't popping with the English, so you wouldn't count them. So it's the same thing with Judah back then. And this might shock y'all because guess what? You think Genesis is the first book written because you have a Bible that have them in order. But you need to understand the history of the biblical text. All right, hold on 1 second here. All right. Now, look at this right now. Where did most of the slaves that came to America come from? I don't know if you guys could read that. Is that clear enough for everybody? You have the Bight of Benin, which are the Yoruba people. Some of them are Yoruba. Bight of Biafra, which is Igbo and different cultures. You got West Central Africa. You got Senegambia. All right? Yorubaisms in African American. Hold on, let me get out of here. All right, let me talk about the tribe of God real quick. How much I got? I got 3 minutes? I got 4 minutes. All right, let's get into the tribe of God. Now, ladies and gentlemen, have you ever read Isaiah 65:11? You know, where Alazar? Isaiah 65:11 talks about what? Does anybody know what it talks about? It talks about somebody working or settling for a spirit of many and God. God actually means good fortune according to Genesis 49, right? But actually, God was a God in the Canaan region. So that's why you know who God is, G-A-D. Now watch this. God is a region, right? On the Misha Stele. You know, have you ever read the Misha Stele? Anybody read the Misha Stele? Israelites were killed off on the Misha Stele. Do you take that literally? Or you take it as ancient literature? They were killed off. But what happened is, when they talk about God in the Misha Stele, they separated from Israel. They're two different cultures. That's how you know they weren't a part of the 12 tribes. Later on, the writers put them in, but they weren't a part of the 12 tribes originally. Now watch this. In the Dictionary of Deities and Demons in the Bible, God is a person or a deity. God is the name of a deity of good luck. God is mentioned together with many in Isaiah 65:11 as being worshipped in post-exilic
This is terrible, Garfield.
So you see people.
This is terrible, Garfield. I have that book as well, but that, like, you on point, then you trying to you wavered off, man. You should have started talking about the Native Indians and how they don't fit with the Western Central Africans. You had a list of Western Central Africans. Why you didn't go on that point? Like this is so. Your strongest point in this round was the lines of delineation and the borders that these people claim, or you could say that Asher begins in Brazil and ends at Colombia or something like that, or whatever. You had a great point there, but then you go all over here. The Messi Stele proves that Gad was there, and that name of that city there is in the book of Numbers. So I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Why even go there?
Because he's beta testing for his book. He's seeing what information lands and what information doesn't. So,
no, I mean, might not. Probably need to just discard that second book, brother.
In the area of Canaan family, when they found archaeology, got the theophoric name. So Israel, the El is the theophoric element of the name. So you know the deity that they worship was El originally. If the person named Abu God, Alazar God, you know that the God that they worship was G-A-D. So you see that all over the Canaan region. So you know God was actually a deity. It wasn't a person. So when the person is writing the story now, you don't have to take my word for it. Study it for yourself. God was never a tribe. So how could you be a descendant of a tribe that wasn't a tribe from the beginning? Makes no sense. It's not a real person. It's a God. Look at this. The Igbo people claiming that they're the tribe of God. Who should we believe? Should I believe the Igbos? Or should I believe Alazar? Should I believe you, bro? Or should I believe the Nigerian brothers who are wriggled right through my DNA? Should I believe them over you guys? Look at this right here. The father of Igbo, Erie, identified as the biblical Eri. So they're claiming that they're the tribe of God. How many Native American tribes in North America?
Over 900.
All right. They said over 574. Are they Israelites? Are they Israelites? Now, ladies and gentlemen, listen. They have a find 13,000 years ago, Clovis. They have the genetic markers. Why does the person in Clovis have the same genetic markers as Native Americans today?
That's a fact.
Why? If they're not related. And the Native Indians are not connected to nowhere in the ancient Near East. They ain't got the E marker. They ain't got us. And they ain't got the so-called Israelites. They ain't got them either. The ones that y'all call fake. They don't have no genetic marker from the ancient Near East. But they claim Israel. Makes no sense. Can't be Native Americans, bro. And by the way, too, why don't you give us an oral tradition of a tribe in America, God, or any tribe? As a matter of fact, in Ecuador, anybody from Ecuador? Does anybody from Ecuador claims to be, what are they, Asher?
I got a soldier in Ecuador.
You got a soldier that's what, One West?
It's
Okay, nah, he don't count. Anyway, the tribe of Asher, let's move on to another tribe. The tribe of Asher was found in Egyptian records as a place. It was a geographical location. It's the same place in the Bible in Joshua where the allotment was, Asher was given, and he was found before there was an Exodus. Asher was located. So it's true, there is an Asher, maybe from the name Asherah, but it's not a real person. Asher may come from Asherah, the god, the deity. So anybody claiming Asher, you're not from a real person. You're probably from a deity. You can't descend from what's not real. Tribe of Ephraim. Look at this. It's a noun. The etymology of Hebrew Ephraim. Look at this now. Is Joseph and the traditional eponymous ancestor. I want y'all to pay attention to this real carefully. The exact, how much? The exact, this is very important. Ephraim is a topographic name, and he's going to agree with this. The exact etymology of the name Ephraim is unknown. The biblical text provides a popular etymology based on PRH by fertile. Although the ending is AYIM suggests a topographic name, there's disagreement over further elaboration of the name's meaning. Topographic meaning has to do with geography. Ephraim is not a real person. It was a real place.
That was named after a person. Garfield, you're silly, man. That's just like saying Washington is not a real person. It's a place. Yeah, but it was named after George Washington. You don't exist. Stop it. That's actually how eponymous, when y'all say eponymous ancestor, that's actually what the word eponymous means. Give me your name to. Right? Washington, D.C. Right? That comes from, President Washington. Same concept. He said, I feel dumb listening to this. Yeah, I mean, that was a shaky round. I gave you had a good point about the maps and everything, but other than that, off topic.
All praise you. How about you? Can we get the Most High hand tonight? Hey, man. I love my brother Garfield so much, man. But in all seriousness, I really do. But, for the purpose of debate, I didn't know he was going to make it this easy, man. God damn, man. All praise you. How about you, man? So, this rebuttal, so I'm going to do with some rebutting, right? He just came up here and told us emphatically that all these individuals didn't exist because there's something called a national myth. When you study in history, there's something called national myths. That doesn't indicate the absence of evidence of the actual existence of the people you just came up here and told us didn't exist. People mythologizing ancestors or even people that they venerate or held highly is very common in all cultures, right? There's dudes from the block that can jump out of the gym. Right? There's a
it's
story
called
right
euhemerism.
Now. Everybody's mad that they told a story that Big U knocked out 32 essays in a prison riot.
Yeah, it's called euhemerism. Is when you mythicize your ancestors.
Because
in fact, they even found a lot of mythologies had weight to it. It encapsulated reality because they looked into it and said, oh wait, well, this is where this story comes from. Look up the Golden Fleece. That's a known mythology, and they found out that river does actually have gold flowing in it, which is actually not common. When you have a lot of places that have gold and a lot of rainfall and pluvial deposits, it's not uncommon for the the floods and the water flow to wash gold particles and gold into the deposits. It's not uncommon.
Because that's impossible, right? But they mythologized him because of how much they respect him. That doesn't equate to he didn't exist. That is a moot point. I told y'all it was going to be a melee of moot points tonight, didn't I? Ain't that something, right? All praise you. How about Shemi? So let's keep going though. Here's what's funny, right? So he's essentially arguing, right? And whether he's arguing or not is irrelevant because the prevailing scholastic opinion is, right, and I'm gonna ask Garfield if he agrees with this because I'm pretty sure that's what he just laid out in his last round, is that Israel was actually an amalgamation of different people, correct? Yes. Okay, so if they were amalgamation of different people, would they all have the same haplogroup? If they are from Jacob, but if they're just an amalgamation. No, well, I'm stepping out of my belief and I'm going into just what the facts say. And according to the facts, they wouldn't all have the same haplogroup, right? They're from the same region because they're taught that they are Canaanites. Mm-hmm. But is it just Canaanites? Did the Habiru also contributed to that? The Egyptian also contributed to that? I read the article this morning. They're saying they're Canaanites. They're saying that. Exactly, right? So they wouldn't necessarily all have the same haplogroup, right? Okay, boom. So that debunks that argument. Moving forward, right? Wait,
hold on. What did he just say?
Arguments concerning timeline.
Hold on. What did he just say, bro?
I've done presentations regarding the Exodus, so I'm not going to get all into the timeline. I'll just say I disagree, just for the record, right? With some of the timelines, right? If they are from Jacob, but if they're just an amalgamation. No, well, I'm stepping out of my belief and I'm going into just what the facts say. And according to the facts, they wouldn't all have the same haplogroup, right?
They're from the same region because they're taught that they are Canaanites.
Mm-hmm. But is it just Canaanites? Did the Habiru also contributed to that? The Egyptian also contributed to that? I read the article this morning. They're saying that Canaanites. They're saying that exactly, right? So they wouldn't necessarily all have the same haplogroup, right? Okay, boom. So that debunks that argument. Moving forward, right? Now he made some arguments concerning timeline. I disagree with those, and I've done presentations regarding the Exodus, so I'm not going to get all into the timeline. I'll just say I disagree, just for the record, right? With some of the timelines, right? Now he also made a strange statement. Why would real people be attached to fake stories? Let's be serious. Come on, real people get attached to fake stories every day. Let's be realistic here, right? Then he made the statement about no, Asher was never a people; it was a geographical location, and he said possibly named after the deity. You didn't say emphatically, possibly named after the deity, right? Just for the record, when you look up the word Asherah and you look up the word Asher, yes, it sounds the same in English, but it's Asherah in the ancient language, and it's Aisha. It starts with two entirely different letters in the Canaanite alphabet, just for the record. So it couldn't have came from that, right? Anyway, so he talked about Judah, right, and Judah's lack of being mentioned in certain instances, right? And Judah's not being included in the Confederacy, right? I've watched some of his tape and he talks about the Confederacy. What you have to understand is these things happen all the time in recognizable life, right? Sometimes people will all be together, then things will happen and families will fall out. Families separate from each other. So that's all that's happening during different points in time where people are being lacked to mention came with everybody else, right? That's all that is, right? For example, there's a popular set of gangs in Los Angeles, right? They're called the Roll. You heard of Roll? Everybody heard Rolling 60s, Nipsey Hussle, right? Everybody heard of that before, right? Good, right? There's a gang called the Rolling 30s. They're included with all the other Rollins, but they fell out with the Rolling 40s, went to war, and during that time they weren't included in what's called the Rolling Card, which is a very important card in Southern California, right? They weren't included in that, but then after they made a peace treaty, they were back in. So when you take a look at our modern anthropology, which is the graffiti, at one time they weren't included in the Rolling Card. At one time they were back in there because they reunited. That's where when you look and study history, you get something called the United Kingdom of Israel under David and Solomon. Before it was a loose confederacy of tribes ruled by judges. That's all. None of that equates to a lack of existence of 12 tribes. Him pointing out that there's a geographical location that's named after one of the tribes only proves that there was a geographical allotment allotted to the people who descended from that ancestor. That's all that proves. Come on now, right? Hit a couple more points. One more time. 45 seconds. All praises. And then he asks, should I believe the Nigerians or should I believe us? Here's the problem. I'm not saying the Nigerians can't be Gadites because I didn't say absolutely every Gadite was a Native American, right? So that's another moot point. He asked the question about the prophecy, another straw man. That ain't got nothing to do with tonight's topic, right? Right, I can't even ledge that, so that's fine. I'm just ready to finish this out. All praise you. How about Shimmy outside?
So that was his rebuttal round. So they have a round and rebuttal round, and so his rebuttal was to what Garfield was saying. And notice he didn't even touch on Garfield's strongest point, which was the alteration of the map and what the map was, the viceroyalty of Peru, and showing that these map and these borders are pretty new. So how do you reconcile that? And he didn't even touch that, but he went over all the other stuff that was non sequitur. Like most of that stuff was non sequitur Garfield was talking about, but he took time out to rebuttal.
Come here, Charlotte. Yes, sir. We can.
Yeah, let me see if I can get straight to the action, man. Hold on.
Second is yeah. All right. Yeah, one of the things I want to stress to everybody is that I respect everybody and their own opinion, but I like to deal with facts. All right. And one of the things that I notice is that whenever One West teaches, they teach about Second Esdras and Arzareth, right? And the reason why I'm bringing this up now is because I'm trying to say that y'all ain't come from over there. And I'm going to prove it right now. Second Esdras and Arzareth, right? We know Second Esdras from the 1st century CE. And everybody might say, what are you talking about, Garfield? What do you mean by the 1st century CE? Arzareth is written by Ezra. But yet still, Ezra is talking about the Babylonian exile and coming from it from 150 years before he existed. But watch this. According to the New Oxford Annotated Bible, Second Esdras was written in the 1st century. Everybody might say, why do you say that, Garfield? Because no person has ever quoted Second Esdras in the BC era. That's one piece of evidence. Jesus, son of Sirach, nobody has quoted it because it didn't exist at the time. There's no scholar, and I've had this conversation with several Israelites, says that Second Esdras is a BC era book. Now, the reason why this book is important, and it goes back to British Israelism, because this is the book that the British Israelites saying that Manasseh is America and Ephraim is Britain, or either way. This is the book that they used to use. So you guys picked up on something that somebody else used to believe, which was the British Anglo-Israelism guys. But Second Esdras have a lot of things in it that says, and a lot of people came to me. I remember Yawasap, him or the other Yawasap, came and said, hey, but Jesus is quoting Second Esdras. How is that possible? What about Second Esdras is using Jesus quotes? Have you ever thought about that? Second Esdras, ladies and gentlemen, according to what scholarship says today and what everybody and their mama agrees, the first mention of it is by Clement of Alexandria in the 2nd century AD. Laugh all you want, bro. It's a fake. It's fake. It's called a pseudonym. It's a pseudonym. It's by a pseudonym. It's a pseudepigraphia. Nobody accepts it as real legitimacy except Israelites. Nobody else. This is why. Remember when I said what's a cult? Wacky beliefs. That's one of the wacky beliefs. You believe in Second Esdras. Don't take my word for it. Go home tonight and research it. No scholar. When I mean no scholar, I absolutely mean no scholar says Second Esdras is written in the 5th century by a guy named Ezra. All right. And by the way, to Ezra mentioned 24 books. What 24 books was he referring to? In Jesus' Second Esdras, in the Latin version of it, I don't know if this is legit. It says, "For my son Jesus shall be revealed with those that be with him, and they that remain shall rejoice within 400 years. After these years shall my son Christ die, and all men have life." Another thing is verse 41. But they took this counsel amongst themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt. Now, you're going to hear some different interpretation. Where mankind dwelt don't mean that nobody lived there. Only in Israelite culture. Again, wacky beliefs. Not one scholar believes Second Esdras was written by Ezra. No manuscripts of Second Ezra exist in the BC era. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's quoting it. All right, let's go to, how much time I got left, brother? Minute and a half. Let's go. Let me just go through this real quickly here. This is what the people in Assyria were doing. They were hired as military personnel. They were working it as doing different things, going to court, snitching on people, whatever they're doing. Israelites served as witnesses in over 20 legal documents from Assyria. I don't know why. But what happened to the lost 12 tribes? According to archaeology, right, 222,000 to 350,000 people were living in Israel at the time. Now think about this. The Assyrians said they took 40,000. 40,000 of 300,000 is a little bit over 10%. Now, if they only took around 10%, that means 90% remained in the land. That means you're only looking for 10%. What happened to the 90% that remained in the land? And if you want to go to your biblical text says, you know what it says? It says over 800,000 able-bodied men in 2 Samuel 24:9. And that 800,000 men didn't include elderly male and female, women and children. I could add another 800,000 to it, would make 1.6 million. And the Assyrians only took 40,000. So what happened to the rest of the people that wasn't taken? They're not lost. They was in the land. But we believe that these people are lost and went on some place named Arzareth that don't exist. Come on, this is wacky. How much time? Assyrians took 40,000, which is less than 5% of the northern tribe population. 95% of the population remained in northern Israel. All right, I'm gonna get into, you know what? I'm gonna get into this because I want to ask everybody in here, did the Bible exist before the Assyrian captivity? Yes. Can you prove that?
Yes. Absolutely.
You can absolutely prove it. Yes. I like the word absolute. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what does academia say? This is where academia and the Bible clash. Academia says Genesis was written after the exile. Leviticus was written after the exile. Deuteronomy was written after the exile. So what were you carrying with you when you were lost? What information did you have if you didn't have a book? There's no book, no scrolls. Who's running around with scrolls? Who's giving them permission to do that? Something to think about. I'm going to be back.
Good job, Garfield. Good job.
What's this?
Last and final round.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to
Okay, so that rebuttal was a rebuttal. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Let me get to the part.
Had one of them. That doesn't make sense. And can anybody guess what method of dating was employed in order to determine that? Right? You saying something is a fact because it was radiocarbon dated with the margin of error that radiocarbon dating is subject to is not a fact. That too is a belief. You chose to believe that. I choose not to. Right? That simple. Another point the brother made before I go on, I didn't take a note. It's fine. We could just keep going. It's fine. This is long over. Deuteronomy 33:20. And of Gad he said, blessed be he that enlarged of Gad. He dwelleth as a lion and teareth the arm with the crown of the head. The word for crown of the head here is head, crown of head, top of head, hairy crown, scalp. Interesting. Next slide. Scalping is the act of cutting or tearing a part of the human scalp with hair attached from the head, and generally occurred in warfare with the scalp being a trophy. Native Americans in the Southeast took scalps to achieve the status of warrior. Among plain Indians, scalps were taken for war honors, often from live victims as a child.
Wait, what they don't tell you is Europeans were scalping. And this could have easily been just retaliation for because what the Europeans were doing to them. And other people scalp as well. They're not the only ones. It's not exclusive for them. I used to teach this. So I already know this angle. Oh, it says the crown of the head, so therefore Native Indians scalp, therefore they're Gad. That's pretty much his evidence.
Challenge to their enemies. Some Native Americans shaved their heads. Right? Next slide. Cherokee High Holy Days. It's funny because in previous conversations with Garfield that I've had, he goes, if somebody was an Israelite, where are they keeping the High Holy Days? Interesting. Cherokee High Holy Days. Number one, they celebrate every new moon. They have a feast for the first full moon of spring, which is Passover. They have a feast for the mature corn, which is Feast of First Fruits. And they have a feast for the great or the harvest moon, which is Feast of Trumpets, right? Next slide. Oh, no, go back. My fault. Oh, wait a minute. Don't let me forget. What is all of that about? Can somebody tell me what that? And this is from different Native American tribes all over the United States of America, right? Next slide. Now, this is interesting. Y'all know who this is? Chief Joseph. Chief Joseph had a stone. Who knows what that is? That's Assyrian or no, Akkadian cuneiform. Who know what? Look at this is a Syrian store. You can look at that in archaeology.
Watch this real quick. Hold on. Watch
it.
it. I'm gonna be a Wikipedia warrior real quick to show y'all what I was saying. Like scalping is not something exclusive to Native Americans, not at all. So to prove that, I'm gonna be a Wikipedia warrior real quick. So I can do this quickly. So this is scalping in Wikipedia, right? It says scalping is an act of cutting or tearing part of a human scalp with hair attached from the head and generally occurred in warfare, with the scalp being a trophy. Scalp taking is considered part of a broader cultural practice of the taking and display of human body parts as trophies and may have developed as an alternative to taking human heads, for scalps were easier to take, transport, and preserve for subsequent display. Scalping independently developed in various cultures in both the old and new worlds. So it's not something exclusive to Northern Native American Indians, even though we associate that with them, right? Europe, several human remains from the Stone Age, Ertebol culture in Denmark show evidence of scalping. A man found in a grave in the Alvastra Pal dwelling in Sweden has been scalped approximately 5,000 years ago. George Frederici noted that Herodotus provided the only clear, satisfactory portrayal of scalping people in the old world in his description of the Scythians, a nomadic people then located to the northwest of the Black Sea. So again, you can see that again, scalping was not something that's exclusive to North America and the Indians. So you see here, you have one in England, 1036. He was responsible for scalping his enemies, Earl Godwin. So you can read up on this. So again, it's not just Europe, Asia, and the Americas, right? And then it gives you the Asian background. So it says it was practiced during the Longshan and Arotal periods in China, Central Plain. And of course, we know about the Americas, the Sioux and whatnot. So I had to correct that real quick. Yeah. Thank you, Rudy. Yeah, there are general similarities between Native Americans, like the new moon. They do celebrate the new moon. A lot of cultures celebrate the new moon. You just look in the sky and see the new moon. So that's a commonality. So, yeah. But there are also vast differences which people ignore. First of all, using culture is not a good way to determine who descends from who anyway, because any people can adopt culture, absorb culture, or create culture. So again, culture is evanescent. So I can, for the life of me, I don't know why people use culture as like the golden standard of proving where someone comes from.
Interesting, right? Let's go next slide. Hold on, go back real quick. My fault. And where did the Northern Kingdom get exiled to? Assyria. Oh, and then he scalped people, and then where did the engine get the Assyrian tablet? Can somebody explain to me? And here's what's interesting. You know what's written on this Assyrian tablet? A receipt for buying a lamb for a sacrifice. Man, you said what? At a temple. Interest in Assyria. Very interesting. Now, again, he made an argument in regards to, well, they only took 30,000, was this many. Here's what you have to understand. Like I said in the beginning, we're not dealing with absolutes. Didn't say every single Israelite went into Syria. Every single Israelite came where Israelites, according to prophecy, are all over the earth. We're all over the place. So there's no one place one tribe is. All the tribes are scattered, right? Let's go. In the book Lost Tribes and Promised Lands, Antonio Montesinos gives his testimony on his interaction with the Seminole Indians, a part of the
Another white man.
Upon hearing her words, they rose.
They said they were the tribe of Reuben. That cannot be proven. That's just a claim. Anyway, Rudy, after reading a few basic academic works about Native Americans, I realized that James Adair Cal cannot be factual. He was speculating. He did have that one passage where it talks about them eating the sinews, or not eating the sinews, which does tie back to something that's written in Genesis. But it's again, like, that stuff's flaky. It's real flaky, man. I don't consider that as being like concrete evidence for what these guys are saying.
went over to Montesinos. To his utter astonishment, it says, Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echud, or Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. They had recited in Hebrew the fundamental credo of Judaism. They told him that they themselves were of the tribe of Reuben and that the tribe of Joseph lived on an island nearby. Interesting. Next slide. Joseph is on an island nearby. Numbers 26 and 28. The sons of Joseph after their families were Manasseh and Ephraim, just to be clear on the record. Next slide. Well, go back. Island nearby. Here's Florida. Here's Cuba. Joseph. Here's Puerto Rico. Joseph. Interesting. Next slide. Right? Mysterious figurines. A cache of 600-year-old statuettes may be the first evidence of lost civilization and are said to have been discovered in Puerto Rican mountains. Right? Next slide. Now, this is some of the sketches from what they found, some of the symbols that they found in these figurines. And here we have Hebraic letters right all the way to the Assyrian, but this evolution from the Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite into the modern Hebrew, we could observe similarities in these symbols, can't we? Interesting. Next slide. Numbers 26 and 35. These are the sons of Ephraim after their families, of Shulathon their families, the Shulathites, Bakur their families, the Bekerites, of Tahan and their family, the Tahanites. Tahan, Taino. Maybe a coincidence. I don't know. And maybe those artifacts that have those inscriptions on it, maybe that's just a coincidence. I think not. Maybe people saying we're the tribe of Reuben and Joseph's on an island nearby and Cuba being a swim away from Florida where the damn Seminoles are. Maybe that's just a coincidence. Next slide. Genesis 49-13. Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea, and he shall be for a haven of ships. Next slide. Here's what's interesting. This is the ancient land of Zebulun. Where's the sea? It's not there. It's landlocked. Next slide. The Panama Canal. Between 13,000 and 14,000 ships are used in the Panama Canal every year. American ships use the canal the most, followed by those from China, Chile, Japan, Colombia, and South Korea. Right? Next slide. More on the Central American people, right? Mayan ancestors maintain that years prior to their recorded history, they landed on the coast of what is now Florida, fleeing from some land in the east. Here's what's interesting, right? This is their oral tradition. Now watch this. Let's see if there's any truth, if there's any facts that can coincide with them landing in Florida, right? Next slide. Mayan glyphs at Crystal River in Florida. Archaeologist Clarence B. Moore noted in his 1903 paper, Mound near the shell heap Crystal River, Citrus County, that a design on the bottom of the vessel featured a cross-shaped symbol with 4 circles, each within one of those 4 contours of the cross. Here is what he found. Now, here is the symbols that the Mayan used. You see how they got that boom, boom, boom with the 4 circles? Same thing that they have here, right? This is archaeology, right? This is a fact, right? Next slide. This is the Assyrian. We see the Assyrian, and then where did we say that? Oh, from the Assyrian exile. Oh, now again, maybe these are all coincidences, but what we deal with is something called a body of evidence. We have to deal with a body of evidence.
He making a strong case for haplogroup Q
with all the information that's being put out through the spirit and power of Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai. You could easily just dismiss any one of these things, right? Oh, that's just one thing. That could be happenstance. But when we start putting it all together, I think the picture gets pretty crystal clear. Next slide. In 1524, the Mayans of themselves said, we are the grandchildren of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who were called that way. We are also those of Israel. Our grandparents stayed in Canaan in the land of God.
Let me ask y'all a question. If they came from Israel 3,000 years prior to this, how would they know how to say Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in English? One, like this whole story has holes in it. How would they know how to say these names in English or say these names in the Spanish language? How would they know? Wouldn't it have been like a word that in their native tongue that meant like this doesn't make any damn sense? You got to use your noggin, man.
That our Lord granted to Abraham. That's the source of Corniquius in the indigenous de Guatemala. right? Oh, hold up. That's the point I want. That's what he said. Yeah, Guatemala wasn't Costa Rica wasn't Brother, we understand that, right? But they had a pre-existing name. They were a pre-existing tribe or loose confederacy of people. And that's who we're talking about, who are now called all of these things. Why we say
that kills you. That kills you if there are loose confederacies of people, like the Taino people. They were spread out, dispersed, and killed off. Right, and then they had to go get other Indians from different islands to repopulate that slave population back in Puerto Rico. Same thing in San Domingo. They would get other Indians from other islands, which ruins your chart because these people didn't all stay in one location or locality. Those people being moved around, they were running, they fled. So that hurts you, man. That doesn't help you.
Guatemala. That's pretty easy, right? Next slide. Now, more on the Mayans. This is the Mayans. Star of David earring on the Mayans. Star of David there with the Mayans. Interesting. Next slide. Judges 5 and 18. Judges 5. Naphtali were a people that jeoparded their lives unto death in the high places of the field. So this was a characteristic of them. They didn't care about going into the high places where their lives would be in jeopardy, right? Who in here is afraid of heights? I know I ain't getting up there too damn high. If I ain't in the plane, I feel I'm safe in the plane. I'm not climbing on top. I used to, man, you get too close to a balcony. Hey, man, I ain't doing that, man. You see what I'm saying? But these, man, they ain't care about jeopardizing their lives, right? Next slide. Look at that. You see that? This is the Chilean Andes. Down there in Chile and Argentina, they have this Andean mountain range, and you got indigenous people that live all through it. Places where a lot of us would come on, man. You think you're going? I ain't going up there, man. I ain't going up there, right? Next slide. Deuteronomy 33:24-25. And of Asher, he said, let Asher be blessed with children. Let him be acceptable to his brethren. Let him dip his foot in oil. Thy shoes shall be iron and brass, and thy days shall, as thy days, so shall thy strength be. Here's what's interesting. The word there for iron is brasal or barzal in the Hebrew. Interesting. Next slide. Large quantities of oil and natural gas are found in several areas within South America. Interesting. The greatest quantities are located in the sedimentary layer surrounding Venezuela, will be the tribe of Asher's Lake, Maracaibo, and the adjacent Caribbean coastal margin. Venezuela also has major deposits of oil and natural gas in the area surrounding El Tigre. The country is one of the world's largest oil producers and exporters. The Venezuelan government's seizure of operational control of
I'm gonna show you guys that Gorilla Hebrew is showing he's fighting for a European Paleo Indian chart. He's not even fighting for African American, African descendants. He's not. Western Central Africans are not included in this because all these people that he's been bringing up, they have a high prevalence of Europeans amongst them. I'm gonna show you that real quick and get back to this debate because I gotta go to bed here in a minute. Check this out. So this is from a paper, Genetic Variations and Populations from Central Argentina based on mitochondrial and Y chromosome DNA evidence. It says here, we present new data analysis of genetic variation contemporary inhabitants of Central Argentina, including a total of 812 unrelated individuals from 20 populations. Our goal was to bring new elements of understanding of microevolutionary and historical processes that generate the genetic diversity of the region using molecular markers of uniparental inheritance, mitochondrial DNA, Y chromosome. Almost 76% of individuals show mitochondrial lineages of American origin. So on the female side, a lot of these people have Native American foremothers, right? It says the Native American haplogroups predominate in all surveyed localities except in one. The larger presence of Eurasian maternal lineages were observed in the plains, the Pampas of the southeast, whereas the African lineages are more frequent in the northern Cordoba. On the other hand, analysis of 258 male samples reveals that 92%, listen to this, Gorilla Hebrew, 92% of them present Eurasian paternal lineages. Majority of the people, majority of the males of Argentina, the place that you call Naphtali, the people you call Naphtali, 92% of them are Western European. 92% of the males. And 7% carry Native American haplogroups. So only 7% of them are actually indigenous Native American males. You understand? Like, y'all gotta let me debate one of these guys on the 12 tribe chart because you guys all over the place. Y'all don't know how to debate. This is simple. You just made Argentina the tribe of Naphtali when 92% of them have Eurasian paternal forefathers, man. 92% of Western Europeans. This is how we know. Like, you're inadvertently vying for Western Europeans being Israelites. Come on, bruh. Come on, man. Y'all gonna have to wake up and smell the roses here eventually. Yeah, 92%, y'all. Let me go back to the video.
Foreign-owned private oil operations in 2007 has important implications for the region. That same year, the natural gas reserves and oil industry of Bolivia, right, were nationalized. Since 1972, Ecuador, Asher, has also been a major oil exporter, exploiting fields in the Amazonian region east of the Andes. Oil fields were brought into the production in the early 1970s in the Peruvian portion of the Amazon basin. So we see all these countries here are in the borders of Asher, and all of them rich in oil, dip foot in oil. Next slide. South America contains about 1/5. Remember, it says his feet shall be as iron, right? 1/5 of the world's iron ore reserves. The most important beds are located in Brazil. Oh, the word for iron. Oh, interesting. And Venezuela, supplying domestic iron and steel agencies as well as significant exports. The great majority of the continent's reserves are in the Brazilian states of Minas Gerais, Pará, and Mato Grosso do Sul, where loads of magnet and hematite ores contain up to 50 to 65% iron content. In Venezuela, sites like Mount Bolivar and El Pao in the Sierra de Ipataca at the base of the Guyana Highlands, another part of Asher, have reserves of ore containing a high percentage of iron. Next slide. Deuteronomy 33 and 12. And of big, hold on, can I get my Benjamites up here? Right, let me hold on, let me get my Benjamites come forth. Sayah, come up, boy. Right, let me get my Benjamites up here real quick. All my yard man, though. Only the yard Benjamin. You got to be from my yard, right? Even my brother Garfield. So here's what's interesting, right? I want to show something with this, right? Deuteronomy 33 and 12. And of Benjamin, he says, the beloved of the Lord shall dwell in safety by him. Hold on, I need everybody to pay close attention. And the Lord shall cover him all the day long, and he shall dwell between his shoulders. So it says Benjamin is going to be safe. This is important, right? Next slide, right? Now there's a saying, God is a Trinity. Come on, Sayat. Tell me about God. Hold on, real quick. How old are you, brother? 60. Where you from?
Trinidad.
Interesting, right? Tell us about God as a Trinity real quick.
Right. So I'm from the island of Trinidad and Tobago, born and raised, right? And I have a sister that worked for the TTPS, Trinidad and Tobago Police Services. And she said the least used task force is that of natural disasters, right? So
anecdotal evidence.
They don't really have a worry about it, right? They worry about crime and violence, gun violence, but not about natural disasters. I have a grandmother that lived in Tobago, right? Called Grandivere, right? She lived on the shorelines. 95 years old. Whenever a hurricane come through, she's not phased, right? House still intact. She outside chopping sugar cane down in the backyard with her boots on, right? Unscathed, right? So people say, yo, God must be a Trinidadian, right? They get lights knocked out. That's about it, right? You get power knocked, electricity knocked out. But houses are still intact, man, right? My father worked for the seaport called Port of Spain. He worked on the shoreline. It rains a lot, right? But they're not worried about a disaster happening, right? So that's what's going on over there in Trinidad and Tobago right now.
All praises. And you know why that is? That's because Benjamin dwells in safety, right? Next slide. God is a Trinity.
Benjamin dwells in safety. That means no hurricane, natural disasters happen to them. Yeah, right.
Right, so here we have the 2010 Haitian earthquake, 2021 Haitian. I got my brother Anar, who's a survivor of the 2010 Haitian earthquake in the back. All praise to the Most High. We got the 2021 Haitian earthquake. We got Hurricane Maria devastated Puerto Rico. You go to Puerto Rico, it's still messed up from Maria. We got the earthquake in Mexico City. But what in the hell is happening to Jamaica, to Trinidad, and all those places? Even when that hurricane just swept through in the Bahamas, what got affected? The place where all the Haitians were in the Bahamas. It's a reason. Because Benjamin shall dwell in safety. If not, explain it. With all praise, y'all, about your business. Quote yourself.
Mo Gooden, that is what was said. He just made an argument saying that Benjamin should dwell in safety, so Jamaicans should not get harmed, I guess, by natural disaster. That is what he's implying, bro. Like, it's on camera. It's a fucking silly argument. It's silly. Because if something does happen to Jamaicans, then what? Stop it.
All right. Let's keep it going. No, I'm good. All right. So this is physical evidence of archaeology in America before the exile, right? Carol Supe in Peru, 3000 BC. Then you have these people building pyramids. They're not Egyptians, they're indigenous people. Who are those people on your tribe chart? Because these are the indigenous people of that region. I think you're being kind of deceptive with the Mayans, and I'm gonna prove it in a minute. Now, you showed a lot of images and said the stars and all that stuff. You didn't show any primary sources, but I noticed you show a lot of pictures flashing for emotion. Assyrian this, Assyrian that, right? Now watch this. This is a 5,000-year-old civilization in Peru, and it's Caral Supe, right? They built like pyramids around 2600 BC, right? It's dated by Ru Shady, who's an indigenous archaeologist from the place. So you're saying you don't trust it because it's the dating system you don't like, right? What about these mummies in Chile? Where did these people learn how to mummify people?
Yeah, he killing Guerrilla Hebrew with this one.
From? So these people they know how to build stuff like Kemet. They know how to build mummies before Kemet. And you're saying about stuff that has stars and all that stuff on it, like it's something great, like, oh, these people are new to this. You see, this is the problem. The diffusion teachings that you're teaching is totally incorrect. Look at this. Brazil have 8,000 years, the earliest pottery in the Western Hemisphere. Who are these people? Remember, the Brazilians today, the Indians, the so-called Indians,
these are good points.
From the people that's been there the whole time. These are not Israelites. If somebody want to say they're an Israelite, they have all the right to say it. You say it. The brothers in it. Who is an Israelite? We the Israelites, right? But you're really not. But you claim it. Now watch this. The cave of hands, rock art. They have this already in Argentina. So I go Brazil, Peru, Argentina. We have people already living in this land, building pyramid structures before Kemet. All right. Look at this now. This is what he was talking about. Suela Belize. This is the Mayans, 1200 BC. Look at this, family. I want you to read this for a second. Remember he said the dating is incorrect? Did he say that? Am I bearing witness to the brother? You did say that, right? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I disagree with the He is right. It was 2000 BC, so they corrected it to 1200 BC. That is way before the Assyrian exile. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mayan culture been in the region. They can't be Israelites. Bring it out, Garfield. What is wrong with y'all? Bring it out. So my evidence, so my proof don't count because I'm not an Israelite. That just kill your own doctrine. Because the Mayans are not Israelites. They've been here. I'm sorry if anybody's a Mayan in here, but your culture been here. Look at you shaking your head. My information, if he had brought it out, you'd have believed though.
See, if you didn't know better, all that stuff that persuasion that Guerrilla Hebrew was selling the audience, you'd be like, oh, that sounds so good. And trust me, I've been there. I come from that background. But look at the archaeology, look at the DNA, look at the genetics. These people are not connected to Western Central Africans whatsoever. And they were over here at 1200 BCE. They were over here 8,000 years ago. They was in the Brazil. They was in the Clovis culture. They were there. We know because we have their DNA in their archaeology. Thank you. He should have used this earlier, man. Instead of talking about Rabbi Wentworth and all that other jazz.
Right? You see what a cult does? Weird beliefs. Oh, man. Wacky beliefs. Now, look at this. 13,000 BC. My apologies, brother. I ain't mean to put you on the spot. My bad. 13,000 BC, Clovis culture. Now, look at this. Look at this now. Look at this, family. Let me explain something with genetics. The guy that they found 13,000 BC, they were able to get DNA from him. Do you know that the native Indians have a connection to this guy from 13,000 years ago? How is that possible if the native Indians are Israelites?
Garfield's
That makes
cooking.
no sense. The Taínos, yeah, we know the Taínos, the range, they was all over the Caribbean. They come from South America. Genetics. If we can't trust DNA, then what alternative does GRLA have? Supernatural, geographical ancestry tests, divine geography, what else? Native American paternal lineage, right? The Native American paternal lineage is normal. They normally have three major haplogroups: C, Q, and R, accounted for nearly 96% of Native American Y chromosomes. Again, haplogroup
Garfield
C and Q
won.
were deemed to represent early Native American founding Y chromosome lineages. However, most haplogroup R lineages present in Native Americans most likely came from recent admixture with Europeans.
So that's your connection right there, Gorilla Hebrew. That R marker, you know, Native Americans inherit that from Europeans, and you got it from Europeans too. All right. Garfield is cooking, he barbecue baking your ass right now.
Y DNA of African slaves contrasted with Y DNA of indigenous America. All right. Again, I noticed Alazar said earlier that, and I don't know if you guys picked up on it, is either you believe in the Bible as the word of God or you don't believe in the Bible. They can't be eponymous ancestors. You can't play the history role on one hand and then play, you know what, the academic role on the other hand, and then play the biblical role. Is either you believe Jacob is real and he had 12 kids, or he didn't have the 12 kids. I notice you kind of, you know, you were doing a little shuffling about, oh, don't people live in the area and they don't have the same DNA? So what are you talking about? No. You guys, who in here don't believe Jacob had 12 kids? Who don't believe that? Well, that's what he said about the Canaanites. That's what he implied by what he said. But the problem is, you believe Jacob had 12 kids. So if Jacob had 12 kids, all of y'all in here got to have the same marker. You have to. You can't go around that. And another thing is, if Arzaret is not a real place, and Second Esdras is really written in the 1st century CE, how did the people...
What he bringing up is scientific facts. The only way you can get a Y chromosome is through your father. You get a copy of your father. You get a copy of your Y chromosome from your father. He got a copy from his grandfather, from your grandfather, and so on and so forth to the first male that had that DNA. We are not QM242 by and large. The discrepancy is large. That's what I'm trying to say. We're not. So when you look at Western Central Africans, they don't have that QM242 marker. So how do you put them all on the same list, the 12 tribes chart, and claiming they all go back to Jacob? These are different male lineages. We don't all go back to the same man that lived in times past. Y'all done, man. You've done. Unless you want to say that he would, you know, Jacob was haplogroup P and he produced all these R markers and these Q markers. But guess what? That eliminates Western Central Africans because we have E. We have a high prevalence of E. You're done for. Which that chart includes Western Central Africans because you say Jamaicans, you say African Americans, and you say Haitians, right? And, you know, we're scattered in North and South America and Spanish countries as well. So you're just going to eliminate their lineage, huh? And say they all come from P. They all come from R. You will have to say that to reconcile this bullshit. So Garfield is doing a great job at breaking this down and killing your argument. Look, it says QM242 is the predominant Y DNA haplogroup among Native Americans and several peoples of Central Asia and Northern Siberia. Nothing to do with Western Central African peoples.
People get to America. That's the biggest thing now. How did you get here? Because if we go to, hold on, let me finish this slide right here real quickly. Let me go to some biblical scriptures because my brother was talking some Bible earlier. So I got to talk about the Bible real quickly. Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea, and he shall be for an haven of ships, and his border shall be unto Zidon. Where is Zidon located? I want to ask everybody in here, where is Zidon located? Where is it located? This, again, what the, where is Zidon is mentioned in this verse, reference to the third largest city in the geographical area in modern day Lebanon. It's not talking about Panama. That's craziness. It's there right in the scriptures. So how is it you believe scriptures in one hand, but then you believe in this whole panhandling? Oh, it's the Panama people. How Panama get into the picture? How? Simeon and Levi's instrument of cruelty are not restricted to Haiti and Dominican Republic, by the way. Simeon and Levi are brethren. Instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. O my soul, come not thou into their secret unto their assembly. Mine honor be not thou united, for in their anger they slew a man. Voodoo and Santeria and all of its offshoots and spin-off religions are found all throughout the Caribbean and some places. The instruments of cruelty are said to be voodoo and Santeria. I don't know why. Santeria is not an indicator of being a descendant of being a Levite, bro. That's not a signal. If you come from Jamaica, you know they'll put a spell. They call D. Lawrence on you in a minute. It's crazy over there. It's all over. All right. Anyway, the KJV reading is actually Simeon and Levi, brethren, instruments of cruelty are in the habitation. But the ESV reading says Simeon and Levi are brothers, weapons of violence are their sword. You see the difference? Because this rendering is actually a more modern day understanding of what the Hebrew actually said. Notice the ESV has swords, whereas the KJV had habitations. Here are the reasons why the ESV and most other modern translations better capture the actual Hebrew text. All right, I don't want to go to all that technical stuff right now, but I do want to bring up a scripture, a very nice scripture for my brother. Acts 2 between 3 and 15. You notice they're doing Feast of the Weeks in the New Testament. Feast of the Weeks, everybody knows what that is. If you know, you have 15 different cultures that are coming back. If you look at the people who are coming back in Acts, they're coming from the same places where the so-called 10 tribes went. They went to Mesopotamia, right at the rivers. They went into Persia, where the Medes are. It's the same exact place where they went. So how is it that we are saying and preaching in America that the people are lost and they left during the Assyrian captivity when the people are communicating? Look at James 1, family. James, a servant of God and of the Lord Jesus Christ. Y'all got me quoting scriptures. To the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad. Who are they writing to if they don't know where they are? Are they writing to Arzareth? Where are they writing to? I'm curious. Where are they writing to, family? Isaiah 27:13.
Just quiet.
Hold on 1 second. Can you pause 1 second now, bro? How much time I got? All right.
Come on, Garfield. You was cooking, man. You was cooking. Now you didn't put the stove on simmer. Stop it, man. Let me see if I can fast forward to the part where he started talking, so you have to suffer through this.
All right. And by the way, to the Cherokee that you showed, I would love to see a primary source on that person who you claim that's a Cherokee that's doing all of that. All right. Everybody who's familiar with James Adair, I'm not even going to get into that stuff right there because you didn't bring him up. But he actually believed in the Bering Strait, by the way, which is kind of ironic.
Yeah, Garcia's there too, the person that created the Bering Strait. He believed they were Israelites.
For a second. Because linguistics is a way you could tell somebody traveled and how somebody speaks, the language that they're speaking. If we're saying Native Americans are Hebrews, right? And you could track it down through linguistics. Let's take a look. These are the 5 primary languages that they speak, right? 5 language families and so forth. So here's a Hebrew and native language comparison. Whenever you're doing something called, I was going to ask you to do this, but when you talk about linguistics, you got to ask somebody to do what they call a cross-comparative analysis. A cross-comparative analysis, the first step is you got to look at 5 basic words that's in every culture. Mother, father, son, daughter, or the sun up in the sky. Every culture knew the sun. So you look at the words that the culture had and compare it. And do you see that in Native American languages? Do you see it? And that's the question. If you look at this, this is us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Brother, man, child, and son. Look at the Mayan language, the Aztecs, the Incas, the Cherokee, the Taino, the Seminoles, and at the bottom, the Hebrew. You tell me if the languages are connected. These are the words for father, brother, man, child, and son. If they don't all match, there's no connection. This is the beginning of the analysis. This is the beginning of it. So now, as you see, look at the Aztecs. The Aztecs is speaking a language. You probably know the name of it. All right. So if you look at that, you look at Tatli, Teta, Adu Dadu by the Cherokee. So when people say the Cherokee, which is a very weird language, and by the way, some of these languages that these people have, they have over 1,000 languages. They're language isolates. So if the Indians have a language isolate, how are they connected to Hebrews? Let me talk about the native Indians and homosexuality real quick. I'm going to skip through this real fast.
I saw this earlier. This is all red herring stuff, man.
White Christians came and forbid homo behavior with the Peruvians. Why? Why did they forgive it? Okay, you don't believe, right? You don't believe? Okay, who drew this? Who drew that, Alazar? Who drew that? Not the white man. It was the people from Peru with their nasty ass. They're the ones that drew that. Those are the people you want to claim you are associated with. Oh, man. This is craziness. Look at this. These are our Israelites. Come on, family. You can't say the white man did this. You can't blame the white man. These are the people in their culture drawing this nasty ass shit. Look at this. Look at this right here. Look at this. No, because at the end of the day, bro, I used to debate the aboriginals, the fake aboriginals, and I used to say, you want to claim this, and I had this file. Yeah, I found it. I found the culture you trying to attach our people to. That's a problem. But you want to attach us to this. Look at all this nasty stuff.
A red herring, Garfield. It's all a red herring. Because all these coaches will have some kind of sodomite activity, and these people obviously made some artwork to reflect the sodomite activity they had going on. But that doesn't speak to the topic, whether or not it's a 12 chart real or fake. Again, like, stay on topic, man. Y'all can't stay on topic for 15 minutes. You understand?
Look at this. Look at this, all this nasty stuff. And this is from Sex Pots and Ceramics. Let's talk about the Mayans. Look what the Mayans used to do. They used to have ritualized homosexual acts with gods, according to their founding myth. Look at when the Conquista writers, who you take their writings anyway, so I'm going to use them too. They used to send their young boys to, look at this, they'd send their teenage males who are given pubescent boys to serve as partners until marriage. Come on, are you going to say that they didn't follow their way, they lost their way, but you want to claim that you show all these pictures and say they're Israelites, but when they do negative stuff, oh, they lost their way. It's crazy. This is not us. Mayans is not us. Conquista writings. Teenage males were given pubescent boys. I just read that. More Israelites again. The mythology. The Aztecs had a homosexual god. Y'all talk about Kemet. The Aztecs had a homosexual god. Point blank. Balboa in Panama. The Spanish explorer in Panama. That you're talking about the Panama City and how it's Zebulon or whoever. Come on now. Let's get it. Cortez in Mexico. Again, an anonymous conquistador reports that the people of Panuca on the Gulf Coast were great sodomites. Upon meeting them. I mean, come on. Homo behavior was the norm. Guzman, Juan Rodriguez, all these. Let's move on. Talked about earlier. Are you familiar with the Cherokee origins myth? Because if the people, how much? Oh, man. The origins myth should tell us a lot about a culture, right? You got so many Indian cultures. The origins myth. So what is our origin? You know what most of them say in this culture? We come from the land where we are. Why don't they say in their origins myth that they come from Israel? Forget about our personalities in Israel. Go and do your own research. Look at the origin stories of all these Native American cultures. I got the books. Y'all could email me. I'll send it to you. They don't say they come from Israel. This is new. The only time you see all this information he has, if you notice 99% of what he says, I'm not degrading what he did, is from white folks who meet the people. because they didn't know, they had to account for where native Indians come from because they believe in the Noah story in the Bible. So they're like, yo, who are these people? Oh, they must be the lost tribe. That's what started it. But look where it is right now. I'm here debating my brother about the lost tribe of Israel, which is crazy. But we believe this to be true because a man, Arya, made up a chart that sounds so good. The chart is a beautiful chart, but it don't make sense with geography or history. We got to be smart about it. The Cherokee, look at the Cherokee, where they come from. Where they come from? They come from the water beetle skimmed over the surface but couldn't find any solid footing. Living on this earth, someone powerful then fastened it to the sky ceiling with cords. Where's Israel in all of this? I'm done? Thank you, my brother. Peace and love, family.
Garfield was cooking that round, but he kind of simmered off towards the end, in the middle and the end. But that round pretty much that was the round that I kind of tilted in his favor. I think Garfield won this, man, based off that round and the fact he brought up DNA and he had a good segment in the round prior to this. Or in the rebuttal, I should say.
Okay. No signal. There we go. All praise. All right. All right, again, all praise. How about Shimmy? I was shy. Real quick. So he brought up the map, Zebulon border to Zidon. Where is Zidon? If he noticed, the actual map he showed, the border was not to Zidon either. The fulfillment of that prophecy actually happened in Central America because the Mayans were neighbored to the Olmecs. That's where that happened at. That's who Zidon is, right? The people that went and were maritime powers throughout the whole world, right? First century. He says Ezra was a first century work.
So that's what I said about the auxiliary hypothesis thing. He automatically knows that, or tells you that, hey, Olmecs are Zidonians and the Mayans are Israelites, so that's the fulfillment of the prophecy. Again, more claims, no proof. Like this is the mantra of the BHI.
Well, I demonstrated in my debate with what was his name? Sanchez. I demonstrated an in-depth prophecy describing point for point the rise of Islam and the battle of the siege of Babylon, right? So if it was written in the first century, that siege didn't happen for hundreds of years after that. So if that's a fake prophecy, but we can actually see that that's a real prophecy in there. So no, right? Nice try again. So then he said Santeria was, notice I told you he was going to do straw mans, right? Santeria is not an indicator of who is, no one said Santeria was an indicator of anything. Right? We know instruments of cruelty are in the habitations of Dominicans and Haitians. Why don't you just ask that little boy that got killed up there in the Bronx a couple years ago with machetes? That's what I mean by instruments of cruelty, right? Why don't they go down to Florida? What happened to that boy? What's his name? Will the Wiz? They left him in pieces. Left him in pieces on his block, chopped up.
So what about everybody that cuts people up fall under that prophecy? See, this is why we say it's arbitrary, man. Nothing solid, nothing concrete here. So what about guns? Are they instruments of cruelty too? You shoot people, kill people. And we know One West teaches that, voodoo and all those, that magic, black magic stuff is the instruments of cruelty. That's why he brought up Jamaica and other islands that use that same or similar black magic to cause harm on people, which puts a hole in this whole theory that, one of these islands, carry one of these tribes, and we're trying to give characteristics to that particular people that's on that island. It's silly, man.
That's what I mean, instruments. So you're right, violence, right? The violence that the Dominicans and the Haitians are infamous for. He's correct. Thanks for that, right? Couple more points, right? He keeps harping on that word lost, like somebody's using the word lost. Nobody's using that. Again, another straw man. Now he said the Mayans. He says, oh, you got to look at the comparative languages for those words. The Mayans and Aztecs are right next to each other. They borrow gods from each other, but their words didn't match up to each other. Am I supposed to believe that they're not related at all? They're right next to each other. That again didn't make sense. Real quick, he consistently tried to create false standards and then attack them. So it's got to be this if it's this and that. No, it doesn't have to be that just because you're saying it. That doesn't. Well, if they're related, they got to say they come from Israel. If they're related, they got to say, even though there's plenty of cultures that say they come from Israel, if they're related, their languages have to match up. But the cultures that are very clearly related that he showed didn't have languages in that.
Yeah,
right?
that's faulty
So now,
too.
real quick,
Garfield, that was a faulty argument. You don't have to have the same language as somebody to say that you're related to them. The language shifts happen. People absorb, adopt cultures. Cultures fade and evanescence. It's plastic. You can lose a language. We speak a Indo-European language right now. We speak English, but most of our ancestry is derived from Western Central Africa, where that language does not originate. You know what I'm saying? We spoke Nigro-Cordoffian language or the Bantu languages, right? So we don't speak the language of our ancestors, but we're still connected to our ancestors. So we keep trying to use these things that are plastic, these things that are evanescent, these things that are not concrete to try to define people. And that's the whole issue. So this is not just a BHI 12 Tribes Chart issue. This is a community issue. You know, even African Americans try to do this. Well, culturally, I'm African. So no, bro, we're not culturally African either. That's not what defines you. What defines you is your biology. You understand? As far as where you go to it, go back to an ancestry, because you guys keep trying to use culture as an ancestry test, and that's just the wrong way of doing it. Because culture can be adopted by anybody. You understand?
Sodomites. Stand up real quick, Ariel. I need you to get 1 Kings 14 and 24. Yes, did he just demonstrate homosexuality in those different cultures? Of course he did, right? Am I surprised by that? Of course I'm not. Am I disgusted? Of course I am, right? But here's why. 14 and 24 in the book of 1 Kings. Read that.
It's the book of 1 Kings, chapter 14 and verse 24. It reads, and there were also Sodomites in the land, and they did according to all the abominations of the nations which the Lord cast out before the children of Israel.
And see that? So there were Sodomites in ancient Israel. That happened. So you showing a Sodomite doesn't make a person not an Israelite. We can look on the damn TV and see a bunch of black trannies running around. It don't make them not black no more. Saucy Santana is still a brother, even though he's
I agree with that, man. Right? Like that was a red herring.
Sodomy doesn't invalidate somebody's relationship. One more. Deuteronomy 28:15, right? Now notice, all the sources he went was what the Europeans were seeing when they were encountering them, right? And I'm here to tell you that's one of the reasons why the Europeans were able to encounter any indigenous Americans, because that was a fulfillment of prophecy. Read.
It's the book of Deuteronomy, 28, verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee.
So the curse of somebody coming from the other side of the world and conquering you only can happen when you break the commandments of God. Homosexuality, participation in it, is breaking the commandments of God. Therefore, because they were doing that, that's why the Spaniard was able to conquer them. But give me the next slide, right? I'm in on this. Judah, no, next slide. Judah, thou art who thy brethren shall praise, right? Go back real quick. Judah, thou art who thy brethren shall praise. I want to get this exclamation point on the so-called African American, the tribe of Judah. They are who their brethren shall praise. They are who all of us, black, Hispanic, the whole world wants to copy that American Negro. The whole planet, ain't no secret about that, right? That's why everybody's rapping. Then it went from rap to trap. Now everybody's trapping. Who pioneered all that? The African American, right? Who made the Yankee hat the most popular hat on the face of the planet Earth? The African American, right? Let's go. Next slide. Zechariah 1 and 2, but it says, these horns which have scattered Judah, so that no man did lift up his head. It's important to understand these prophecies, because it said Judah was going to be, its dignity was going to be stripped from Judah, so that no man lift up his head. Now here is the tribe of Judah, the most influential people, the African American on the face of the earth, with no country, with no flag, with no sense of pride, with no sense of dignity. That's all prophecy. Next slide. Then it says, thus saith the Lord, after this manner will I mar the pride of Judah and the great pride of Jerusalem. That's why you see the African American law. They don't know if they want to be Democrats. They don't know if we want to be Republicans. They don't have this history to cleave onto. They don't have a land. They don't have a flag. They don't have all these things. That's because of this, right? Because of these prophecies. That's why Jamaicans talk about a Yankee so bad. That's why Haitians talk about American so bad, right? Because the pride of Judah was marred. Next slide, right? But Genesis 49 and 10, unto him shall the gathering of the people be. But we all are going to be gathered around Judah, and that great Judite that's coming back. Mashiach Yahushua. Next slide. Right? When I have bent Judah for me and filled the bow with Ephraim and raised up thy sons, O Zion, against thy sons, O Greece. So we see here how Judah is who's going to propel the rest of the tribes into action in these last days. Last slide. Right? Genesis 49:8. And thy father's children shall bow down to thee, and all the nation of Israel will bow to Mashiach Yahweh Shai. All praise Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai. Come Yashala.
All right, Garfield, hit that link. I think Garfield, he's just closing out right now with his last 5 minutes.
You, do me a favor, my brother. Step over a little bit. All right.
Hit the link, Gorilla Hebrew.
All right.
Hit the link,
So this is my last
Garfield.
one. How long is this? 5 minutes? All right. Did the Bible exist before the Assyrian captivity? I'm going to run through some slides real quick because this is my last time talking. All right. Peace and love. And I want to say, Sonny, thank you for allowing me to come here. And Alazar, thanks for taking the debate. All right. All right. Thank everybody. Thank the sister over there, too. That's my sister, man. We go way back. All right. Date in the Bible. So we had a conversation earlier. I didn't get into this, but right now, the majority of modern biblical scholars believe that the Torah, the book of Exodus and all that stuff, reached its present form in the post-exilic period. All right. The Elephantine papyri actually shows, according to what we may deduce from these writings, Moses may not have been, and there may not have been any slavery in Egypt, no Exodus, no kingdom, and no prophets. There's no mention of any tribes or a claim to any ancestors in Judah's territory. All right. Also, the people at Elephantine who got there, and this is why I brought this up, by the way. Remember when the Assyrian captivity, I asked you guys if they had the Bible?
Gorilla Hebrew, hit the link. Let's go. Let's go. I sent you the link in your email. Garfield, I sent you the link in your email. Let's get it in.
Well, these people were actually hired by the Assyrians at the border. And around the same time, they also came from the northern kingdom. And look at what they believed when they're in Elephantine. Think about it for a second. They don't know Exodus. They celebrate Passover, but it has nothing to do with Moses or the Exodus. Doesn't that sound crazy? They celebrate Passover, but it got nothing to do with Moses or the Exodus. But they come from the northern kingdom, the same place where the lost tribes left from. But how is it that they don't know the Torah? How they don't know the laws? How they don't know Moses? How they don't know the Exodus? Then I started reviewing. Then I brought this up in my book, Zukru Festival, right? Right, Daniela? The Zukru Festival is pretty much very similar. They have a seven-day celebration like the Passover. They also sprinkle blood on the doorpost, but this is from the 1300s. This is in Canaan, the Ugaritic culture. Very similar to what you do at Passover. The same dates too, by the way. All right. Then I thought about Papyrus Amherst 63. These are the people in Elephantine writing Psalms 21, Psalms 1, Psalms 2, and Psalms 20.
What does it have to do with the 12 tribe chart being real or fake?
Psalms that you read today and the one that they had. Look at it. What's missing? It don't say God of Jacob. Why would the same book that you read today in your King James or whatever version say God of Jacob, but the one that the real Israelites had didn't say that? Remember what I said? I asked, was the Bible available in the Assyrian captivity? My brother over there, some brother said, yes, I could prove it. So how comes the Israelites from the northern kingdom don't know that? Anyway, let's move on to Benjamin Tadella. This is my last witness for today. Benjamin Tadella is a guy that claimed that he traveled all over the world. He's a traveler, and he ran into different cultures. He found exiles everywhere, Judah exile and so forth. But this is what was very interesting. The same place that 2 Kings 17:6 says that the settlement was for the lost tribes is the same place he went and saw people there who were Israelites. So how are they lost in the Americas if they are here according to this source? And this is the 12th century of the Common Era. I'm not making this up. This is Benjamin Tadella. Everybody should know him because he talks about Israelites. He found over 40,000 Jews, 10 yeshivas.
He talked about Israelites in Ghana too.
In the Babylonian area. 100,000 Gozan, thousands in the Medes, all places the tribes were sent. And he also said there was someone called the Resh Gulata, who is a descendant of David through Jeconiah. Because remember, when they went to Babylon, his descendants continued the process and they continued to live in Babylon. 2 Kings 17:6, they in Habar by the river of Gozan and in the cities of the Medes, And the king of Assyria did carry away Israel unto Assyria and put them in the Halah and in Habor by the river of the Gozan and in the city of the Medes. Now, this picture right here, the Jewish Indian theory, I want you guys to frame this in your mindset. Most of the sources that he has for all this Indian stuff that he's claiming that is archaeology, and I guarantee you, when you find the primary sources and bring them, you're going to realize that most of it is foolishness. But these are the main guys that push this Jewish Indian theory. And if you notice, all of them are either white or they're Jewish. They don't look nothing like us. It don't come from us. But we have now adopted a culture that ain't got nothing to do with us.
Wait a minute, Garfield. That has a lot to do with Guerrilla Hebrew. He haplogroup R1B for Western Europe. See, y'all be using that us word and that we word. Y'all quick to say we, us. No, man. You gotta let people be individuals sometimes, connect and tap into their ancestry. He tapping into his, which is Western European.
Josephus. I don't know if you guys trust Josephus, but he knew where the 10 tribes were. How would he know where the 10 tribes is in the first century? How would he know that? If they're in Arzareth, are they gone wherever? How would he know that? Beyond there, where they are, beyond the Euphrates until now, clearly show that in putting together this particular passage, Josephus was working not only with Ezra, but also with other related biblical material concerning the 10 tribes. How does Pliny know where the Sabbaton River? What about Rabbi Akiva? How does he know where the tribes are? Everybody knows about the 10 tribes. Then, of course, the Talmud mentions that the 10 tribes is in Africa, but they mean Africa as far as northern Africa, like Tunisia or northern part. The Deuteronomy curses. I wanted to go into this so bad, but I do want to show this picture right here. Deuteronomy 28:68, returning to Egypt in ships. Assyrian kings of the 7th century coerced their vassals into supplying troops for their military campaigns. One way then for Israelites to return to Egypt in ships would be in the Assyrian campaigns launched from the Phoenician coast, in which they were obliged to take part. This represents continued oppression by foreign enemies, as the curses have detailed. Another possibility would be include falling victim to Egypt's slave trade. And that's from the Bible background commentary, if you guys accept that type of source. All right, how much time I got left? All right, thank you, brother.
All right, that was a debate. I'm done with this. I'm going to bed. That's pretty much the debate. We critiqued it, and I got my winner. Garfield won that debate, man. Excuse me. I can see why most of the people voted for him. 55 to 45%, I believe, was the poll on Sinus channel because of the charisma and he was a better orator than Garfield, and he was more interesting and not boring. He had an up tempo to himself, but the information was not hitting, man. You were saying a bunch of pseudo nonsensical stuff, and it was a bunch of auxiliary hypotheses. We have to follow one hypothesis to another hypothesis to another assumption based on another assumption, another premise based on another premise. That's argument from a faulty premise that was all fallacious. Garfield, you were off topic, and you were throwing a lot of moot points out there, like the brother predicted. But when you were on topic and when you were demonstrating that there's no way everybody on the 12 charts could be related, you were smoking them. Like the haplogroup Q, showing Native Americans were here 8,000, 12,000 and years ago related to a 13,000-year-old skeletal remain in Montana. These were all kill shots. And I think you did enough to win this debate. But I think you had a lot of dry spots. I think you spent too much time off topic. You were not addressing whether or not the 12 tribe chart was real or fake. You were attacking the biblical narrative like you always do, or saying that it's fake or whatever, and making up these reasons why it's fake instead of really diving in and doing a deep dive. But congratulations. I think Garfield got this. Yeah, that's my thoughts on that. I mean, Guerrilla Hebrew just gave us a bunch of assumptions, and we were supposed to believe it because prophecy, quote unquote. Garfield's strong points was the map. He brought up the map, the delineation of the map. Guerrilla Hebrew did attempt to try to answer that, but it still didn't make any sense. It said, "Oh, these were people that a loose confederation of people," but that still doesn't help your claim. You understand? It still doesn't help your claim at all because you still plotting these people in certain countries and claiming that these represent, the children of Israel or the 10 tribes or a certain tribe, which the evidence does not bear out, especially when you look at, people move, people migrated, people were exported, sold as slaves. Total islands were depopulated and then population replacement happened. The upheavals, like you have to take all those things into consideration, which your chart fails to, speak towards. But Garfield, like I said, the DNA points, the fact that you had haplogroup R, he stressed that, he showed where it came from. That put a hole in the 12 tribe chart, showing that Native Americans had culture, older, and they've been here for at least 13,000 years, was a dagger, in the words of Garfield. So I got Garfield winning this, man. I think Guerrilla Hebrew, the people that voted for Guerrilla Hebrew just did it off of GP or because they're BHIs themselves, I believe in One West, or they saw his charisma. He outshined Garfield as far as charisma, being a charismatic person and presenter. This is the same reason they said Polite beat one in 12 tribes. What's that? Kimmel trial. They said he was more charismatic. His showmanship was there. But I'm going to judge off the information. Garfield had the better information that defeated and countered your information. All you did was preach and proclaim. Garfield at least gave us some tangibles that we can look at and observe and say, okay, well, these Native Americans don't have anything to do with West Central Africans paternally. These Native Americans have a culture that exists long before there were Israelites. And the Mayans existed around the same time as the Israelites. So, you have an issue there. We have actual archaeology and we have ancient samples, right, to compare to. So, just take those things into consideration. Again, I got Garfield winning. The round he talked about DNA, the rebuttal where he brought out the maps, and the rebuttal when he brought out R1B and he stressed that it was Western European. I think those are the standout rounds of tonight, and that's what won him this debate. So congratulations to Garfield. If anybody, they got Guerrilla Hebrew winning in the polls, but I don't give a damn about that. They had Chris Harris winning in one of the polls, and I was like, nah, he lost. Just going off the information. So with that being said, what I'm saying, I'm gonna get out of here unless these brothers on the panel want to say something before we leave.
No, I gotta agree. It was a 51-49 win for Garfield. It was an ugly debate though. Like really, I want to say I feel like the audience lost. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like none of them won. I feel like the audience lost. You know what I'm saying?
The audience got to hold that L. Avery, you there? I'm assuming Avery's not there. All right. We out. Shalom.
Bitch. On that Draco. On that catch.
Fornax, fuck it up.
Be realistic, I don't really see no competition. Who she thinks she talking to? Like, obviously, I'm a nigga. Close that door, niggas snakes, I ain't going for it. Move right, outsmart them, stink team, most wanted. Be realistic, niggas bums, they ain't trying to ball. Ran it back and won, nigga, anytime we took a loss. Rock hard in my double cup, I keep spilling sauce. I don't know nothing, bodies dropped, he was not involved. Versatile, I could be a model or chalk the block. Or pop a lock with a dough, X marks the spot. Cut it out, if she ain't beneficial, I'ma cut her off. Bitch, give up, drop right now, made her cough it up. Cold demons, everywhere I go, we dropping icicles. Is we kidding? Broke niggas rapping science fiction. Every day a movie, it ain't hard to be the most consistent. A flu flammer, I be in and out with orange chicken. You know who really for the win? Be realistic. He just wanna be my friend, be realistic. They don't really get no Uchis, be realistic. They can't do it how we do it, be realistic, man. Shit, bitch. You know who really for the win, be realistic. Shit. Yeah. They can't do it how we do it, be realistic.
You know who run the city, let's be realistic. Where the wonton soup, I'm finna tear up the kitchen. Cause you the feds or the cops, mind your business. Draco was the dime, bitch, tell all your children. Walk up acting stupid, I might men in block his memories. Tear it off quick, bitch, now. Literally, if now you gotta go to sad facts, you can't sit with me. I know I got this big Buddha piece, I need 10 of these. Things got the sauce, ingredients, and the recipe. I never stop rapping till my neck look like Mr. Then again, after that, I'ma still keep shit talking. He said he was a thug, it sound good, we met a bitch out him. Best advice is be my friend, be realistic. I ain't even say a word, I walk in and feel the tension. All these niggas home dick, sometimes life calls for whippings. I'm a joint in my city, I ain't tucking in the trenches.
You know who really for the win, be realistic. He just wanna be my friend, be realistic. They don't really get no Uchis, be realistic. They can't do it how we do it, be realistic, man. Shit, bitch. You know who really for the win, be realistic, man. Yeah. They can't do it how we do it, be realistic.